Take the chair while I introduce this item.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
Councilman Canali, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I decided to bring this resolution out of care and concern for our restaurants in the city and the hard time that they've been through during this pandemic. Their revenue has been slashed to a percentage of what it was. And I want to be very clear, I'm not advocating by bringing this and urging the governor to extend it. I'm not advocating for anyone getting a alcoholic beverage and driving around with it. Because I don't view this, if you have a closed container, I don't view this any different as being able to go to the liquor store or to a gas station or a grocery store and buy an alcoholic beverage and get in your car to take it home. This is simply out of abundance of care for our poor restaurants in the city that have really taken a beating during this time. So I'll read the resolution in, and then we can have any discussion on it. So this is a resolution urging Governor Bill Lee and the Tennessee General Assembly to allow drinks to go to continue after the COVID-19 pandemic. Whereas due to the current COVID-19 pandemic, bars and restaurants within the city of Memphis, Shelby County, and throughout the entire state of Tennessee have been uniquely damaged. And whereas on March 22nd, 2020, Governor Bill Lee issued Executive Order number 17, which allowed bars and restaurants to temporarily sell sealed, unopened bottles of wine, beer, spirits, and cocktails to go. And whereas this order has helped to lessen the spread of COVID-19 virus and to provide restaurants, bars, and the many citizens they employ with tools to weather these unique circumstances and continue serving customers in an innovative, safe way. And whereas restaurants and bars historically generate a high margin of tax revenues, providing significant cultural and economic value to the communities within the city of Memphis. And whereas data shows that the restaurant industry in Tennessee is down approximately 60% versus 2019 numbers, resulting in a loss of $8.52 billion of Tennessee's GDP. Whereas the Memphis City Council feels that this executive order has proven that selling wine, beer, spirits, and cocktails to go can be done responsibly and continues to keep the economy and tax revenue stable. And whereas the Memphis City Council recognizes the ability to continue alcohol delivery and to sell alcohol to go will be a crucial component for the restaurant industry's recovery post-COVID-19. And whereas other states such as Oklahoma, Texas, and Florida have passed legislation to ensure the continuation of alcohol to go sales and alcohol delivery sales legally in perpetuity, have already taken additional action to extend this lifeline to the restaurant industry. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Memphis City Council hereby urges and requests the Tennessee General Assembly and Governor Bill Lee to permit the continuance of all to-go alcohol sales in the city of Memphis and encourage other communities, municipalities, and private entities throughout the state of Tennessee to establish supportive legislation. Be it further resolved that the Memphis City Council also urges the Tennessee General Assembly and Governor Bill Lee to allow all residents and visitors to continue all alcohol to-go purchases after the COVID-19 pandemic indefinitely. With that, I so move.
Second.
Okay. It's been moved and properly seconded. Do I have anybody in the queue? Let me look. Councilwoman Rhonda Logan.
And Johnson.
Okay. Councilwoman Logan, did you have any questions, concerns?
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, no, I wasn't in the queue.
Okay. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, Chair, so much for the recognition. I'd like to know, is there a time limit when this open contain, is sealed, but this liquor can actually to go? Is it the same as regular liquor stores, the same time frame, or is there a different time frame?
That's up to the governor and the General Assembly, but right now it's just during the pandemic. I've asked
No.
what we're at.
I mean, on the hours of the day, not necessarily the time, like from 8 o'clock to 10 o'clock, or is there a time frame?
No, as far as I know, there's no time frame except for during normal business operation.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Councilman Smiley.
Thank you for the recognition, Chair. I briefly just want to express my support for this resolution. I think our responsibility as a council is to ensure that we take whatever steps appropriate to support our local businesses. And sometimes those decisions, like the mask ordinance, may be opposed by some of those in the community. But we have to take necessary steps. And I do believe this is a necessary step that we should be taking to support local economy. And if selling alcohol in this format will boost local economy, I think this is a step we should take. So I will be voting in support of this, and I will encourage my colleagues to do this.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to reiterate for anybody in the general public listening that to ensure them that, as I said, this is not an open container law. We are not encouraging people to get in their vehicle. It requires bars sell sealed items. And as Councilman Canale said earlier, much like getting to the grocery store or going to a local liquor store and then picking up food and going home, it's just allowing that restaurant to sell you that item. And so I just want to make it abundantly clear that if anyone from the public is listening, we are not talking about having open container laws in cars or walking down off of any other area than Beale Street with an open container. We are talking about sealed containers. So I just want to be, again, just for the public, abundantly clear so we don't get a flood of emails about encouraging people to get in their car and pop open a bottle. So thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Staff, will you please prepare for the roll call? This item is with same night minutes.
Yes. Councilman Carlisle.
Aye.
Councilman Covert.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Yes.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
Yes.
Councilman Jones.
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan.
Aye.
Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilman Smiley.
Of course.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Aye.
Councilman Warren.
Aye.
Councilman Canale.
Yes.
Chair Robinson.
Aye. That motion passes. And proper response, so let's do this from now on, is yes or aye. Thank you. Mr. Chair, you have your committee back.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Colleagues, we have item number 2, which is item number 1 on your agenda, is an ordinance to amend Chapter 2, Article 1, Section 2-10, subsection B, to require the Board of Ethics to establish an online portal to require lobbyists to register annually and to file their state-mandated disclosure statements with the City of Memphis. Can I get a motion and a second for this item?
So moved.
Second.
Carlisle moved the item and Morgan seconded. Councilman Carlisle, you are recognized to introduce your item.
Thank you. Colleagues, I apologize again. We've been meeting so much and we all have other things going on that I sent a list of changes late last night to Ms. Hayes that try to address several of the concerns that are not reflected in your council packet and not been implemented into this document. I'm going to just run over those and really the reason I kept it on and want to have the discussion is a continued discussion to hear thoughts from my colleagues. So I don't have pride of authorship over this document. I want it to be something that we work on together. I go back to transparency being a good thing and transparency in government being a good thing. And so, I mean, there were some very good comments made last time. Dr. Warren and Councilman Ford brought up language having to do, Councilman Ford in particular brought up language with somebody coming down as a representative. They may not be a lobby, it may be a zoning case, it's explicitly stated. I sent those changes last night. Dr. Warren brought up a PR agency saying, that, so those changes are being implemented. I did not want this to be an onerous document, so reducing the amount of filings to annually is a change that's going to be made. We are going to tighten up the language on lobbying, so that people can't say they're doing one thing and not, and maybe really doing another. And then also creating exemptions again for zoning cases where firms that are explicitly stated as a representative aren't having to file lobby documents, or individuals that are representatives that are explicitly stated. And you have my deepest apologies that those weren't done sooner. Again, if we need to hold this item because everybody would like to, I don't object to that. But I just wanted to have the discussion to continue to get feedback, because I just think it's important. I don't want this to be onerous on any one individual or group, but I do want us to move forward with the idea that there's some mechanism that the general public can see who is in and around the council. And so with that, I'll open the floor up. And if the council feels like it's necessary that we hold this until they've got those changes in front of them, I don't object to that either.
Colleagues, without objection, why don't we hold this and bring this back to Government Affairs Committee next meeting? And you can have the chance to review the changes made. And if you wish to make any additional changes, you can email them to Councilman Carlisle, and we'll bring this back up in 3 weeks. Everybody okay with that? Okay. That's all we had today for government affairs and annexation. Colleagues, is there any other discussion that you wish to bring before this committee? If not, then we are adjourned. Thank you very much.
Council members, we have a break until 9. Okay, we are ready, Councilman Jones.
Okay, Ms. Hyman, would you conduct a roll call, please?
Councilman Canale, Councilman Carlisle, Councilman Covet,
Here.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, Councilman Ford,
Present.
Councilman Canale,
Here.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Present.
Councilwoman Logan, Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilman Smiley,
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilman Warren,
Here.
Chair Robinson,
Present.
and Chairman Jones.
Present. Thank you, Ms. Hyman, and good
And
morning.
Councilman Carlisle.
Colleagues, we have one item that's on the agenda, and that's a presentation about the governor's local government support grants. So I see Mr. McGowan on to discuss this. Is Chief Ford available, or will you be conducting this, Mr. McGowan?
I'm present.
Oh, okay. Well, good morning and welcome. And I hand it over to you, Ms. Ford.
Thank you. I just saw this on the agenda. I wasn't requested to make a presentation, but I can certainly give you an update of where we are on any aid from the state. As you know, back on June 22nd, we were notified by the Tennessee Municipal League that the terms and conditions of the state grants had changed dramatically, and that under the revised budget for the state, cities and counties are no longer required to pass an ordinance detailing the intended use of the funds or to file an application with the Tennessee Department of Finance and Administration. And instead, the grants would be distributed directly to the cities and counties no later than July 31st and may be used to offset local revenue loss or to supplement local revenue to address needs. We also received an official notification from Commissioner Ely dated July 7th that gave details of the direct appropriation grant as it is now being referred to instead of the governor's local government support grants. It is now referred to as the direct appropriation grant for governmental entities, and that grants to cities and counties, Title 111-22, Item 10.34, grants to counties, and Section 1 of Chapter 651, Public Acts of 2020, may be used for the purpose of offsetting the loss of revenue or supplementing local revenues. Additionally, municipalities and counties shall not be required to file a plan of the use of the grant funds or resolution from the local governing body requesting use of the grant funds or for any purposes provided in Title 111-22, Section 1 of Chapter 651, Public Acts of 2020, or in this section as it is referenced. One item of note, the original amount that was proposed to be allocated to the city of Memphis, which was $14 million as a result of the revised budget of the state, was reduced to $10 million. We are expected to receive those funds no later than July 31st, and we received confirmation yesterday that those funds have not yet been released, but they are still scheduled to be released and provided to the city direct in the amount of $10 million by July 31st of this year.
Okay, thank you for that. Thank you for that.
I can just add a point of clarity. That $14 million was programmed into the FY21 budget that was presented by the mayor. So that we use that with, even though we didn't have quite as much latitude with just straight revenue replacement for the previous terms that they had, we plugged it in to fill operational holes as an enhancement to the things that we had cut back. So all of that money has been accounted for. Quite honestly, though, we had $14 million programmed into the budget that you all just approved, and you just heard that they changed our allocation to $10 million. So as we go through the year, we have a $4 million bogey that will hopefully be made up for in some accelerated sales tax that is coming in slightly better than forecast. But when we get reports of sales taxes coming in slightly better than forecast, know that we're already $4 million behind. So that's where we stand. We are very much appreciate the state's contribution of that. We're hopeful that there may be more from the federal government and the state in the future, but without that 10 million, we would have had to dip more into the allocated reserve, or the unassigned fund balance. So, but thank you for letting me add that in there as well.
Well, thank you for that.
McGowan. I will also add, as normal, when we bring council Q1 results of operations for actuals against budget, we will bring forth in that resolution an amendment to our operating budget, dropping that revenue from 14 million to 10 million. But we'll do that at our end of Q1 as we normally do.
Thank you for that.
Yes,
Mr. Smiley, you're recognized.
Okay, it's not directly related to the presentation just made. I just wanted to bring it to the administration and council's attention that the Family Safety Center did not receive any financial support from this body. So I'm just trying to think going forward, is there a way that we can work to rectify that and to make sure that organizations that support the city, like the Family Safety Center, will receive some type of funding. If you don't know, they work closely with MPD to address or to provide a safe outlet for those individuals who are victims of domestic violence. And I'm pretty sure Director Rollins could tell you better than I could, or Chief McGowan, that we have a high incidence of domestic violence in the city, and people need places to go to escape certain situations. So I just want to make sure, or be mindful of whatever funding we can have. And I would suggest Chief McGowan, Chief Ford, 175,000 would be appropriate, or someone just correct me if I'm wrong. But I just wanted to make sure that it was on this council's mind and the administration's mind. Thank you.
Thanks. Mr. Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. I was just asking, Councilman Smiley answered what their typical funding allocation looked like. So I yield back.
Okay. Councilman Morgan.
Yeah, I was going to say, so last year they received a $250,000 line item grant from the administration, and then they received an additional $100,000 from the city council grant program that I allocated to them. And if council members haven't had an opportunity to get to know them better, they really are a nonprofit that's a partnership with our police department, our domestic violence investigative unit, which I believe is about, last time I checked, was about 21 detectives basically work side by side on the same floor with this nonprofit and trying to help and aid over 18,000 cases of domestic violence that we have every year. They're really kind of tip of the spear, so to speak, in the community with the work that they do. So I don't know what's available in this budget. I echo what Councilman Smiley said. And I was intending again to do what I can out of my allotment if we're going to go that direction from the city council grant funds. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Morgan. And as we went through, I guess I was hoping that in this update, there would have been some additional funds as opposed to a reduction in funds from the state based upon the local grants that they would be making, and we could perhaps look for some opportunities in there. But colleagues, I would ask you to be on the lookout for a schedule for us to start hearing the grants. We still haven't taken care of that. And because we did reduce that from a CARES Act standpoint, I'm aware of the role that they play in the city. So I hope we would be mindful and find opportunities to fund them, if not at the same level where they were last year, as close as possible to where they've been previously from a total allocation from the council as well as from the city. Seeing nobody else in the queue, Ms. Ford, thank you for that update. Mr. McGowan, thank you for that update. If there's no other further business to come before.
Councilman Jones, Chair Jones, Chair Robinson, okay.
Hey, Councilman Jones, what is the process? The citizens have been calling and asking the chairman's office about are we going to have a class form? Do they just use the application that's currently online? What is the deadline? They need those kind of details.
Yeah, and so this is really the first time that we've had the meeting since the CARES Act money has been finalized. So I hope, well, what we will have by the next meeting is have some more clarification and guidelines of how we're going to move forward. I'll take a look at the calendar and determine what will be the application period and process for starting back up and hearing those and allowing those interested grantees to apply for the program.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. If there's no other business before this committee is adjourned.
Johnson.
Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you said you were waiting on people. Thank you. Thank you. Sorry for that. It's approximately 9:32 a.m. and it's July the 21st. And I'm starting the Housing and Community Development Committee. At this time, we on our agenda. Oh, let me get a roll call first. I'm sorry. May I have a roll call?
Yes, council members present, Councilman Carlisle,
Here.
Councilman Canali, Councilman Covett, Councilman Ford.
Yeah.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Present.
Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan, Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
Councilman Smiley,
Present.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Present.
Councilman Warren,
Present.
Chair Johnson.
Present. This morning, we only have one discussion that we need to address, and that's renters' rights. And Director Paul Young, he's here to give us some information regarding that topic. Paul Young, can you please come forward and share the information with us?
Hello, Paul Young here, Director of Housing and Community Development. I think that Councilman Canali was going to say a few words as him and I had talked a little bit about this, and then I'll go quickly into the presentation that I have.
Okay, Councilman Canali.
All right. Well, is he here? All right. Well, I'll go ahead and get started.
Thank you.
So thank you all for having me today. This conversation was really as a result of a number of emails that Councilman Canali and probably many of you have received regarding an issue in Binghamton, where there's an apartment complex where there are a number of citizens that are concerned about the rent, which is increasing on that property. And so one of the things that we had been asked to explore is what are the actual rights for tenants in this community, and how can we strengthen those rights. I'm trying to get my screen to move, and it's not moving, so give me just a moment and I will get started.
Chairwoman Johnson, I see Councilman Canali is on.
Right. Director Young. Director
Yes.
Young.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, but I also see that Councilman Canali has joined us.
Okay.
Canali, would you like to speak before Mr. Young continues?
Thank you, Chairwoman. I just asked Director Young to come and speak about, I know that we've probably all gotten emails about renters' rights, and I wanted him to speak to us about what we can legally do and not do. I know that we all have constituents across the city that we want to make sure are taken care of if the place where they live is bought out, and what actual controls we have or negotiations we have with someone that takes government money as opposed to a place that does not. So that's all. I just wanted him to discuss that with us so that we could all, especially myself, could become more knowledgeable on the matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Young, you may continue.
Thank you. Thank you for those remarks, Councilman Canali. And so as he referenced, we were responding to a number of those questions around what happens with the property in Binghamton. And just in short, if the city has no direct investment in the property and there are no federal funds tied to the property, then the rules of how that property manages itself are essentially guided by the rules of fair housing, so the fair housing law. And as recipients of HUD funds, we in HCD have to every 5 years or so, we have to do a fair housing study. The most recent one was completed in 2019. So I wanted to give you kind of a quick highlight of that and what we believe should be the path forward to address strengthening tenant rights in the long term. And so just really quickly, I'm going to run through these slides just to tell you a little bit about what came out of the analysis of impediments to fair housing. I don't think a lot of the information that was found would be a surprise to many. And as I mentioned, as a recipient of HUD funds, we had to do this. And it's something that we actually did in collaboration with Shelby County government, because we know that any barriers to housing choice, they don't just happen on a municipal perspective. It happens on a regional basis. And so we wanted to make sure that our scan was inclusive of everything happening in Shelby County. As I mentioned, this is all tied to the Fair Housing Act of 1968, which prohibits discrimination based on race, color, national origin, and religion. And then later, this was updated to include disability or familial status as also being protected classes. Let me go to, so what were some of the primary fair housing challenges? We found that segregation still persists in many communities in the city of Memphis and in Shelby County, that there are disparities based on housing needs, particularly those for large families. It's difficult for them to get the size units that are needed. There are disparities in access to opportunity, being housing location for publicly assisted housing. This has been something that's been a really big issue in a conversation regarding low-income housing tax credits and where those properties are actually located. Are they located in census tracts that are essentially areas of opportunity? There are barriers for individuals and families that have disabilities, and then the capacity for enforcing fair housing in our community. So those were some of the challenges that were identified. I'll also note that there's a link to the full study, which is very, very informative, that is at the end of this presentation. And we also sent over a link to council staff, so you'll be able to see the full study. So here are some of the recommendations that came out of the study, and I won't go through each one in a lot of detail, but I'll just run through them really quickly. We're looking at trying to address fair housing in the ownership market by improving the quality of housing. Many of the programs that we offer today through down payment assistance, using our federal funds to support those nonprofit developers that are improving the quality of housing in census tracts where the private market is typically not investing. We're looking at it from a rental market perspective, even some of the things that we've recently done around eviction prevention. While we did it based on COVID-19, the model that we have established is one that can work well beyond that. And we also did that in partnership with Memphis Area Legal Services. And I've also asked the executive director to join me here today. So Cindy Edenoff is also on the line. I wanted to note that in case there are questions that I can't answer at the end of this. So goal 3, looking at fair housing concerns related to land use and development policies. I mentioned some of the things around where our affordable housing developments are located, increasing fair housing knowledge, ensuring that people know what their rights are. And then the last 2, looking at economic development tools to promote fair housing, and also promoting equity in community assets, so that we are making sure that assets are located in all communities. But one of the things that was asked of us as a result was we had some recommendations to form fair housing commissions and things of that nature. And what we wanted to do was take this existing, we call it an AI analysis of impediments, to the next level by trying to figure out what are the specific policies that we need to do to strengthen our tenant rights. And we want to look at that in the context of what are the existing laws and parameters that we have to operate within for the city of Memphis, Shelby County, and the state of Tennessee, because every thing that's happening in other communities may not necessarily be applicable here. And so we are already reaching out to some national agencies that are involved in this work. We're also talking to local groups to be involved with this work, and we're strategizing on what some engagement opportunities would look like. Our goal is to try and bring forth some of those policy recommendations by the end of this year. And we wanted to just give this as a quick update just to let you all know that we are thinking about how to address this issue on a broader scale. And we're also looking at how we can support those individuals that are in the housing development that is in question right now. So with that said, I will close with the formal portion of the presentation, and I would accept any questions or comments that you might have.
I don't see any questions in the queue. Is there anybody who would like to be recognized? Well, Mr. Young, I sure appreciate the information that you have provided to us today. I see you got a lot of work ahead of you. There are some issues I know in regards to tenants' rights, and they're, being placed in situations where their income has either been reduced or totally they lost jobs, and they're going to need some assistance in trying to keep their housing arrangements. So again, thank you. No other any other questions? This committee is adjourned, and thank you for your participation.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, your committee is
Public Services, Arts, Youth Initiatives, Libraries, and Neighborhoods Committee of the Memphis City Council is hereby called to order. Mr. Whitney, please call the roll.
Councilman Canale? Councilman Canale?
I'm here.
Thank you. Councilman Carlisle?
Present, Mr. Whitney.
Councilman Covette?
Here.
Councilman Ford? Councilman Ford? Oh, I see you there.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Present.
Councilman Jones?
Here.
Councilwoman Logan?
Present.
Councilman Morgan?
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson?
Present.
Councilman Smiley?
I'm here.
Councilwoman Swearingen?
Present.
Councilman Warren?
Present.
Chair Sir Thomas?
Present. So item number 1 is a resolution to transfer, allocate, and appropriate $31,180 from Crenshaw Library for project CD01098 to Raleigh Mall Development, project CD01092. Who from administration is here to speak on the item?
This is Mary Claire Boris. I'm with the Division of Housing and Community Development, and the HCD is partnered on this project with the Library Division.
Thank you. Can we get a motion and a second for this item?
So moved, Carlisle.
Second, Smiley.
So we have motion by Councilman Carlisle and second by Councilman Smiley. Are there any council members that would like to, well, first we can go, do you have a presentation or is this just a photo?
Yes, I do have a very, very, very brief presentation. I mostly just wanted to give everyone an opportunity to see what it looks like in case your pandemic travels have not taken you down Austin Peay Highway recently. So this screen is basically as if you were a car turning into the site from Austin Peay Highway. You can see the new Austin Peay Police Station is on screen right, and the new Raleigh Branch Library is on screen left. And so just to give you just a quick overview of the site, Austin Peay Station, that is completed. It does replace Old Allen Station, and those officers and staff have already moved into the new building. Traffic Division and Special Operations Command, which are currently housed in Union Avenue, have not yet moved in, but the intention is for them to do so in a couple of months. The new Raleigh Library is scheduled for completion in September of 2020. So we got about another 2 months of construction. It's going to be a wonderful upgrade from the current Raleigh Library, featuring a family learning lab, second floor balcony and test kitchen and program area, and then also a real first floor program room available for community use. And this library has been designed so that it can be used by the community in the evenings in such a way that the library can be locked up while the public can come and go through an evening entrance. So it is designed to be multifunctional. Also on the site, as of course I'm sure most of you know, we have a stormwater detention basin and an 11-acre detention basin and a 1-acre walking trail. Apologize for the error on that slide. And we do have a skate park, which is already seeing wonderful usage that was constructed by a wonderful designer out of California, the same gentleman who did the skate park over in Toby Park on Avery, and it does have stadium lights. 2 things to note about the site is we are currently working on the design of a fleet services repair shop that will be operated by General Services Fleet Services Division, which will allow for the police vehicles to be maintained there on the site. That will replace the repair shop that is currently on Union Avenue when that property is sold. And then we also have about 20 acres left over on the site that can be made available for future development, whether by government or by private development. So that's just a quick update on everything that's going on with the site. And this first resolution of transferring the 31,000 from Crenshaw Library, the Crenshaw Library improvements were completed under budget last fall. So we want to transfer the balance to Raleigh. And what this will allow us to do is to buy a digital sign similar to the one that's been installed at Crenshaw and most other branches, so that the library can better communicate with the public about their programs and everything that's going on. The budget was developed so many years ago, and the design of the building was so many years ago, because this project's taken a very long time, that it only included a simple brick and mortar sign. It was before we started putting digital signs at all the libraries. So this resolution will allow us to bring the signage at this new library in line with the signage at other libraries. And that is all that I have for this resolution.
Did you want to go ahead and?
Sure, I can go ahead and speak to the second resolution.
Yeah.
So yes, so this would transfer $500,000 from the new Fraser Library project to the Raleigh Mall project, specifically to the Raleigh Library. As you know, we began construction of this project back in March of 2018. And so over 2+ years of construction, it's been numerous, we started off with bad weather, and then we had a lot of changes come through as a result of fire marshal and code changes. And now we've got the pandemic wreaking havoc on our supply chain. So all of that has pushed the project slightly over budget. So what we're asking to do is to transfer the $500,000 from New Fraser Library to the Raleigh Library, but HCD has access to federal CDBG funds, Community Development Block Grant funds, which we will award to the Fraser Library project to keep that project whole. And the reason why we're pursuing this route is because with federal funds, it's always best to insert them at the beginning of a project rather than at the end, because of all the necessary compliance that goes with federal dollars. So it's much easier for us to inject federal dollars into Fraser, which is still in design phase, than it would be to put them here in the Raleigh at the end. So it's kind of a win-win. We get the last money that we need to finish off the Raleigh Library, but Fraser Library will not lose out in any way. And that's what I have. This is just some pictures from the site.
Looking pretty. We have council members Carlisle and Smiley in the queue. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I know we don't have a lot of time today, but and we've discussed this before, but could you give me a quick kind of where we were and where we are today? Obviously, we're in the middle of a pandemic, but with the 20 acres that are available for development, and just kind of what the proactive game plan is going to be to getting that rolling.
Mm-hmm. So as you may recall, we offered them up to developers as a private development opportunity back towards the start of construction. We did a whole bunch of PDOs, as we call them, private development opportunities at one time. So this, in comparison to the fairgrounds and Tillman Cove and South City, some of the other things that we were making available at the same time, I think Raleigh kind of just didn't attract the limelight. Plus, which, as I said, it was at the very beginning of construction. So I think a lot of people needed more time to see the site begin to develop, to believe that it was really happening after so many years in development. But so we still have all of the information and the RFQ that we put together for that. We could be, we can update that at any time and put this back out on the market. And I know that in our minds at HCD, we have programmed this as being made available for private development, so that this serves as the basis for the increment to feed the Raleigh TIF, right? Because we can go from no property taxes to whatever the developer pays, it's more than zero property taxes. So that would be the real feeder into the Raleigh TIF, which has already been established.
Did we ever perform a feasibility study just to see what the highest and best use would look like for that property?
We have not.
Okay. I mean, I get it. Okay.
I mean, let me rephrase that. Anything we've done is so far out of date that we would, I mean, I think we did do some stuff several years ago, but it would need to be redone in connection with how the development turned out.
I got it. Well, I'll circle back with you guys offline because I know we're limited. Thank you, Madam Chair. I yield back.
Councilman Smiley?
Yes, real quick, I just wanted to know, what are we going to do with the old Raleigh Library?
I don't think we've settled on a plan for that specifically yet. Yeah, I would just have to defer to Chief McGowan if the administration has made any specific plans, but they're still in there for a few more months. So we haven't started drilling down into detailed planning on that yet.
So two things for me. One, I would like to be looped in when those discussions takes place. And then two, what I don't want to have happen is a similar situation that's currently developed with Grays Elementary. We have a, I guess, municipality-owned asset where we allow to just sit up, and it becomes a nuisance. And then we have some large company come in and say that we're going to do this, and we have I guess a situation where we have a lot of public uproar. So I just want to make sure we don't allow this building to stay vacant very long, so that it would become what considered to be a public nuisance. And I do understand that Graves was sold, but it did sit up for quite some time, and people started, frequenting the building. So it's just my thoughts. Thank you for all your work.
Sir, thank you.
Councilwoman Logan.
Thank you, Madam Chair. In response to you, Councilman Smiley, there has been a great deal of conversation around what to do with the empty building with community leaders, community and elected officials and different ones, even with, and I thought she was going to be on today, the Director of Library Services, just to kind of make sure that that's in the forefront of everyone's mind, that we too agree that it shouldn't sit up. So that is on our radar as well. And I've spoken with Mary Claire Boris about that as well. So I appreciate your input as well as Councilman Carlisle, because in this district, in this area, we want to make sure this property, this development is maximized, and that the buildings and everything around it is as well. So thank you. And if you have any ideas or anything or any input, I would love to hear them, as well as the ideas of any other councilman. And with that, thank you. I yield back, Councilwoman, Chairwoman.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Is there anyone who wishes to comment or ask a question on this item?
If I could just be recognized for a quick response.
Yes.
I would just say that the existing Raleigh Library does have deferred maintenance and repair issues that would obviously need to be taken into account as it's redeveloped. That's, of course, one of the reasons why the library is moving out of that building. So just throwing that out there for future thought and input.
So quick question. Can I, hold up. Do I need to get in the queue?
Well, we had Councilman Carlisle put something in the queue. Did you want to?
Yeah, well, I just wanted to ask, is there an order of magnitude on, thank you, Madam Chair, I'm sorry. Is there an order of magnitude on that deferred maintenance?
We need to rerun it. The last deferred maintenance report that I've seen on the building is about 9 years old. So I'm guessing that's out of date. So
Yes.
Again, and particularly, I think once it's empty, it'll be a lot easier for us to really poke around and uncover the true state of the building.
Okay. I'll be interested to see that report as well.
Me too.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Okay, Councilman Smiley takes care of it. Okay. Ms. Boris, just wanted to add that I have been by the Raleigh Town Center. I've seen kids in the skate park all week. I've seen humongous geese And one issue that I had a constituent bring to me is that the 1 acre trail is awesome, but the geese droppings are blocking the trail. And you wouldn't think just the sound of that doesn't sound like it would be an issue. However, when I was sent a video of the geese droppings all over the trail, that might be something that just needs to be looked into. It's like I don't know if there's someone that can be like a daily park review, something like that. So, Councilman Carlisle, you laughing, but I'll send you the video. I'm gonna see if you're still laughing.
Yes.
No, I get it.
True. It's very true. I used to live in Minnesota, and around every one of those 10,000 lakes is a whole bunch of geese pooping everywhere. So I get it. The site is maintained by General Services. They are in the process of hiring a contractor to get the grass mowed regularly, and then I think they've still been working it into their regular routine, the site maintenance, and trying to figure out how often they need to sweep and clean that trail. But property maintenance is aware of the issue, and they are working on it.
Okay, thank you. Councilwoman Logan, you're in the queue.
Yes. Thank you for bringing that up. That is absolutely correct. We've had a lot of complaints. I even did a news story on that. And I spoke with, as Ms. Boris said, I spoke with General Services, and until things are worked out and they've found a contractor, they have agreed to, or they're going to be taking care of it when they do the cutting. And I think it's on a 14-day cycle. And so when they do the cutting out there, it's my understanding that they're going to be blowing the trail as well with the blowers that can take care of it. So hopefully we'll be able to tell at their next cutting. And I do appreciate Director Adams and Chief McGowan and everyone involved in making that happen. For the constituents in District 1, the poop is a problem. So we appreciate you all getting that.
Thank you, Councilwoman Logan. Anyone else like to speak to this? If not, I would like to call this for a vote. Mr. Whitney, let's call for a vote.
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Colvette,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley, Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Thomas.
Yes. So that vote has passed. Item number 2, a resolution to transfer, allocate, and appropriate 500,000 GO bonds FY 2021 from the New Fraser Library LI 01030 to the Raleigh Mall Redevelopment Project CD 01092. Can we get a motion and a second for this item?
So moved,
So moved.
Robinson.
Second, Logan.
Motion by Chairwoman Robinson and seconded by Councilwoman Logan. Ms. Boris already presented on number 2. Are there any questions for item 2? Seeing none, let's take that item to a vote.
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilman Colvette, Councilman Colvette, Councilman Ford,
Aye.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Pat. Yes.
Councilman Smiley,
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Thomas.
Yes. That vote passes. Okay. I would like to adjourn this meeting. All right, meeting adjourned.
Thank you, Councilwoman.
Good evening, everyone. Our afternoon approaching. Today is Tuesday, July 21st, 2020. The Public Safety and Homeland Security Committee meeting is now called to order. Please call the roll. Ms. Wardlaw?
Thank you. Councilman Canali,
Here.
Carlisle,
Present.
Johnson,
Present.
Jones,
Hold it here.
Smiley, Councilmember Smiley,
Oh, present.
Easter Thomas,
Present.
Ford, Ford, Councilman Morgan,
Here.
Councilman Colbert,
Here.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Here, present.
Here.
and Chairwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilwoman, thank you, and Councilwoman Robinson,
Present.
thank you.
Have you completed?
Yes, ma'am.
You ready? It was requested by the Memphis Police Department to present us with a presentation regarding the community outreach program. Who will be sharing this presentation? Director Rollins, will it be yourself or designate?
Deputy Chief Hardy is going to do the presentation.
Yes, sir. Yes,
so,
sir. Well, I will yield it. Go ahead. Would you like to
Yes,
start
ma'am.
it off? Sure.
So Deputy Chief Hardy with members of our COP unit, the commander, Major Sandra Green, and Officer Craig Littles and Tadaria Holmes from our Clergy Academy. Craig Littles runs our Police Athletic League. Tadario is a coordinator for our Clergy Academy and a number of other functions. And Deputy Chief Hardy is the commander of Special Operations, which our COP unit falls under, commanded by Major Green. I emailed you a copy of the presentation yesterday. The presentation had the 2019 annual report from COP. It also had an overview of our MPD crime prevention programs, the PAL Athletic League presentation, and also the COVID feeding sites, which our COP unit is covering probably 10 of those particular sites, working with Mid-South Food Bank. But MPD is covering 28 sites to include the 10 being operated by Mid-South Food Bank, which kind of change every week. So with that, I'll turn it over to Deputy Chief Hardy that will run you through the presentation and be ready to answer any questions along with his team. Chief Hardy.
Yeah, thank you, Director. As you stated, I'm Deputy Chief Michael Hardy with Memphis Police Department. I'm over special operations for the police department. I have with me Major Sandra Green, who is our commander over our crime prevention office. Our community outreach program is a part of our crime prevention office. Major Sandra Green will be going through the slide and explaining the contents of the PowerPoint. We're ready to begin. Major Green.
All right, good morning. Again, Major Sandra Green, glad to be here. The Community Outreach Program or Crime Prevention was implemented in May of 2011, and we were created to organize, coordinate, and manage all our community-oriented initiatives throughout the Memphis Police Department. We have our mission statement, which was to strengthen, empower, and cultivate proactive partnerships within the community, utilizing innovative prevention, crime prevention techniques, and educational programs. And we wanted people to see us as a solid level of trust, confidence, and mutual respect within our communities as we together develop positive alternatives and solutions to improve the quality of life for all citizens of Memphis. What you have before you are some of the programs that were developed through the community outreach program, which was implemented in March of 2012, utilizing the officers from the former COAC unit. And what we developed was a three-pronged approach as to identify why violent crime was occurring among our youth between the ages of 14 to 17, as well as 18 to 24. In order to do that, we basically developed a three-pronged approach of identification, which means that we had to find out and talk to people about what were the issues that may have been driving our violent crime. Once we identified those issues, we enforced as necessary, and then we went into the rebuilding or building mode, which is what we are seeing on the screen. Identification, we utilized citizen contact surveys, as well as complaints and our Blue Crush data. The enforcement, we do patrols, we do what's called call and talk, various things to have curtail whatever the issues were occurring, such as even down to truancy. As related to police matters, we had some police training, and we dealt with neighborhood watch, any type of youth violence, community centers, school crossing, guards, escorts, that type of thing. The educational piece was developed from what was provided to us as what we needed in those particular target areas that we were addressing. And those programs being developed, again, was from what the concerns or the needs, looking at the root causes of why the crime was occurring and how we were needing to address it. So it presents itself in different manners, as far as like safety lectures. The knowledge bowl is utilized by our youth throughout the city. We have our clergy academy, which helps us to address whatever the need is among our clergy, and we'll explain a little bit more in detail from Officer Holmes how the clergy academy works. But with these programs, is actually addressing, they're actually addressing what was shared to us by those members of the community. So in order for us to be able to educate, we have to first know and understand what it is that was what was needed. And so those programs, again, look differently, but and we may have them in different parts of the city, even with some of the stations, but the participants and the information provided helps us to address the issues within those areas. All the way down to food, air conditioning, food pantry, and holiday programs, coastal kids, that sort of thing. These are some of the faces placed with it. This was the reading program by our previous governor's wife, Mrs. Haslam, and she developed provided books. The area that we're standing in is one of the areas that we call a success. That was right off, and that was Denver Park. And it was controlled by gangs. We worked with the neighbors in the neighborhood, established neighborhood watch groups, and they came together with the city to help develop a design for the park. And they're very proud of it today. So that's kind of how we were working within the community. These are some other educational programs that we go out and we talk to our youth about stranger dangers, varies in the ages. The Youth Crime Watch is very significant because it utilizes information to youth throughout the Shelby County school system. It also assists us with when we did not have manpower to go citywide, we still could address the issues that would plague our youth throughout the city. And we can answer more questions as it relates to that. Again, additional programs like History Knowledge Bowl, Haunted House, where they can trick or treat safely, the gas and groceries for guns, and then again, our clergy and even the Citizens Police Academy. Any back to school issues, supplies, Don't Follow Me. We have a prison program where we do attend the prison and the kids have an opportunity to work with those who've been assigned from the prison to help literally Don't Follow Me. The Youth Crime Watch, we have the slogan, I won't say slogans, but we address issues that may be a concern for that particular year. What you have before you is about gun violence, and that was from the Angel Moms. And they talked about the effect of gun violence on the family, the aftermath. Kroger Veteran Food Basket giveaway with us with that, as well as Christmas shopping with the kids, and then our explorers that we have about 10 to 11 currently that we work with.
So as you see, as Major Green has explained what our crime prevention office does, each one of the stations within the police department do have community programs, outreach programs to our youth that they have going on in their individual or respective stations. We just want to show some of the events that our stations were involved in. We start with the Austin Peay Station, and it's a list of programs that they have for the youth and community as a whole within their station. As you see, it's a lot of programs that they're doing within their station. And these are some of the pictures from some of the events that they sponsor within the Austin Peay Station. Next, we go to Rain Station, and they have a lot of youth in the Rain Station, a lot of programs in the Rain Station. One of their big programs is the Leaders of Tomorrow for the girls and Leaders of Tomorrow for the boys retreat. And they have a lot of youth that are involved in that. Then they Leader of Tomorrow Teen Safety Night event. These are big events within the Rain Station area. And some of the pictures from, of course, they have the Whitehaven Christmas Parade that they assist with each and every year. Then we have the Mama Ride Station, and Mama Ride Station has a lot of events within their respective station. And here are some of the events that they have within their station. Their community events as well as a youth program. Next, we go to Crump Station, and Crump Station also has a lot of events that they take part within their respective station, and they assist our COP unit with a lot of events, and COP assists Crump Station with a lot of our community events. And this is just a list of things that they're involved in within the Crump Station. Then we have our Tillman Station and the list of programs that they are involved in within their station. They also have participated in our Girls Rock program, which is a part of our COP unit, and is a program within the COP unit, as well as our Black History Knowledge Bowl. And this is some of the pictures from the events within the community events within Tillman Station. Then our North Main Station, this is a picture of that station. Then they list the events that they are involved in. Now our Ridgeway Station, and a list of events that they're involved in and how often these events occurred within their station. And our training academy even have youth programs that they are involved in. And this is just some of the programs that they're involved in. That completes this PowerPoint regarding our community outreach program. If there's no question, we'll move into the PowerPoint relating to our PAL program, which is also a part of our community outreach program.
And may I share, we only have about 15 minutes remaining, and want to give the council the opportunity to make any comments or ask any questions, if we may, please. So can we?
Yes.
Yes, ma'am. And while he's pulling that up, I think it's important for everybody to understand that we look at community outreach as everybody's responsibility. So not only has COP been doing what they've been doing since 2011, but each precinct has been charged to do more and conduct community outreach. And if you have the PowerPoint, so I ask that you go back through it, look at it, and see that there's a lot being done. Unfortunately, COVID has really impacted us. So the summer camps, the events that we normally would be doing, we're going to be restricted from doing those. But hopefully, as soon as we can get past COVID, we can continue on. And Chief, if you're looking for it, I can pull it up if you're not ready.
Yeah,
our chairwoman, we can entertain questions while we're getting the PowerPoint pulled up.
Yes, sir.
Yes,
Councilwoman Logan, you're in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. What is the presentation that we're getting ready to see, the next one?
It's going to be,
that will be on our
MS PAL. It's labeled MS PAL in the email I sent you.
Okay. I wanted to ask about the, I know all the different programming that you do, and I appreciate the presentation and everything that you are doing in those efforts, because we know it takes all of it. My question was, what do we have that is a constant or that is consistent throughout all of the precincts and is geared toward building relationships with the young people at an early age and giving them one-on-one look into what it is to be a policeman, and just building those relationships and being in the community? I know you have the Explorers program and Blue Path, and I didn't see that listed in each at each precinct, and just want to know, where are you and how do you operate those two programs?
Yes, ma'am. This is Director Rollins. So the Explorer program is ran out of the COP unit. It's where we bring young people in and introduce them to, service and what it's like to be law enforcement. So COP runs that. They will, coordinate and go around different precincts, but that's centralized because there's a detailed curriculum on that for them. As far as the youth, each precinct is charged with doing youth outreach. So if you look through the presentation, almost every precinct does a summer camp, or they have some program where they're specifically reaching out to youth. And almost every weekend, we're out in community centers, in neighborhoods, block parties, or something, doing some type of outreach with the community.
Okay, and that's kind of not what I'm asking. I'm asking is, do you have a program that is ongoing, that meets regularly, that meets one-on-one with the youth or in groups to, and I think the Explorers program is something similar, but I'm just trying to ascertain if this is what I'm talking about, because we want to build trust, rebuild trust with the community. And we're going to need to start with the youth, and even at a younger age. I know, middle school and high school is where some of your programming had geared, but even elementary, ages of offenders are getting younger and younger. So I wanted to know what you all have planned for reaching the youth, on a more one-on-one level, as opposed to just different programs, different events.
So if you look at the kind of overview of programs, our Dare Great program. So we have officers assigned to the elementary schools, and they teach kids to dare to resist gangs and drugs. We graduate about 1,800 kids from that program every year, and they work in partnership with the schools. We also do youth crime watch at almost every high school and middle school. So our COP officers are in the schools all year long, and plus officers assigned to the community centers. And so they work with kids there. The Explorer program is a small program. The Sheriff's Office also has an Explorer program. We partnered with Boy Scouts of America to rebuild our Police Explorer program. So it's modeled off a national program. So, but the Police Athletic League is another one. And I think if we go ahead and give Mr. Littles a few minutes to go through that presentation, that'll answer your question. 600 kids are part of that program. So if you think about the 600 in PAL, the 1,800 that we're touching with Dare Great, and all the other kids that we're touching, thousands of kids. And again, that is not our primary responsibility, but we know that that is important. And I hope that answered your question.
Thank you very kindly. I don't see anyone else in the queue. We've got about 10 minutes, Director.
Okay, Mr. Littles, if you allow him to present, ma'am, we'll go through as quick as possible.
Yes, sir.
Good morning. Sergeant Littles here. The PAL program under the COPS unit, founded in 2017, and we exist to serve key after-school and some programs in the most critical times of the year. At the earliest stage is 5 to 12 years old on a daily basis. We utilize partnerships and law enforcement officers to create a positive relationship building between kids, cops, and the community. We hope to affect change in youth on a daily mission where kids see officers in a different light, whether they're in ball caps, advisors, or mentors, or coaches. We hope that those youth see those officers and learn to respect the laws that they enforce on a daily basis. Since 2017, we've served about 2,000 youth across Shelby County, DeSoto, and Tipton counties. We engage families through volunteer liaisons stationed at different police precincts and other areas. We've increased our sites from the first 9 sites to 15 sites as of today. And our goal is to build those relationships on a daily basis. And importantly, the kids in the community offer the opportunity to see the officers in those positive engagements.
Hi, this is Elise here, and I'm just here with about half of the core team of Memphis Shelby PAL, and I know that we have limited time, so we're just going to hit the highlights of the rest of the presentation, and you guys can review at your leisure later. One thing that Director Rawlings just mentioned was that it's everybody's responsibility to community outreach, and what's unique about PAL is that we engage the families and the volunteers and the organizations in the community equally in promoting peace and preventing crime. You'll see later in the presentation that we hit all of our targets for volunteer numbers, engagement numbers, student numbers, organizational input. And this is really about an evidence-based approach to intervening at the earliest opportunity. PAL actually stands for Police Activities Leads, and that's because we have something for every child. We have 6 strategies we serve, which are called ROCs, which are education, discovery, mentoring, sports, intervention, and nutrition. And the goal of these programs is really just to help children discover their talents and reach their full potential.
So here, good morning, Michelle speaking. I'm actually responsible for the data and statistics for Memphis PAL in this running. And we will be pleased to announce that the national recognition that PAL has received so far through Sergeant Little's hard work is Memphis PAL was voted the chapter of the year for 2018. Officer Little was also elected trustee of the board for 2019 and elected vice chair for 2020. So the accomplishments here in Memphis and Shelby County have been generously recognized by the PAL headquarters in North Carolina. Briefly, the outcomes, these are just tidbits and just snippets of the data, but there is much, much more than that, but we really did want to highlight the most important factors. You see that layout here is by month where it shows the students and volunteers, but I just wanted to give an overview of the past 3 years. This is just a snippet of 1 year. So the past 3 years, the volunteer hours calculated were a little bit over 3,000 a year. So over the past 3 years of Memphis PAL's inception, about 10,000 clocked hours for volunteers. For volunteer parent participation, we've had over 800 to 850 youth participating. So that gives us a little bit over 2,000 participants from 2017. We've also utilized about 16 officers over the past 3 years across the entire organization, which consists of the sports, education, mentoring, intervention, discovery, and nutrition. So there is much, much more data, but it also that PAL has over exceeded the expectations that were given to us.
Hello, my name is Natalie Gore, a part of the PAL program. And basically, we just wanted to tell you guys, like, even in addition to the regular challenges that we have faced, we know that this year brought on a very unprecedented challenge, and that will be the COVID-19. But being that the youth is our mission, we definitely took a look and we realized that, you know, this pandemic was going to cause some additional results and challenges and problems, especially with our youth, increase in violence, even with the unemployment and things that's happening on the parent side. How does that affect the younger people, crime going up? And even once we start reopening, you know, how do we get the kids back in? So we definitely wanted to stand in the gap and figure out ways, how could we continue to engage our youth with positive alternatives? Again, the juvenile crime going down. So Memphis PAL came up with a response just to kind of keep our kids engaged, by us being limited and being able to do the sports piece, which is the bigger portion of our program. We did link on our other rocks to kind of come in. So we did the virtual things. We had Mission Moment Monday, where we actually pulled the kids on one of the social sites that they're very, very used to, Instagram, Twitter, Facebook, that they do. We utilized those platforms and we got them on and we asked them questions. We allowed them to talk. They interacted with our CEO, Craig Little. Then we had TikTok Tuesdays, where we had some of our people get on TikTok and share with our kids, just to get to those things that they could do while they were still inside. We had Working Wednesdays. We had Team Thursdays, where there was a forum by the National PAL CEO, Jeff Hood, and we would get our kids on that. And then we did a big fun Friday where we had live DJs on Facebook Live, again, another platform that the kids are very, very used to and very familiar with. And we had a live DJ and, you know, logged in live with them. So we definitely want to come in with their response. As we begin to go into our majority program, which is the sports, of course, that we are very, very mindful of the vulnerability of our youth. So we're being sure to get back and start back very carefully, following all of the procedures, making sure we're social distancing, taking temperatures, we're working in small groups. But even as we've been canvassing, we know that our kids need something to do. They're sitting at home. And so, like I said, with the youth being our mission, we are definitely eager and excited to get back and make sure that we continue to engage our youth.
All right, Craig Little's back. In 2018, we were able to open the youth Academy of Dreams for Youth After School and Summer Programming. We have a capacity of 200 youth. We service all 6 rocks of the program, and so many of you, including those city council, came together and helped us engage those youth and help us get to our mission of opening the after school and summer program for our youth that is available for anyone who needs to use the space.
Yes, now that we've talked a little bit about why we exist and what we have done, I just want to talk a little bit about what we plan to do. I mentioned that we take an evidence-based approach to everything, and as Michelle mentioned, the participation from organizations, volunteers is overwhelming. And we also know that the programs are working because we follow CNCS guidelines. So we believe that we have the people in the programs, and the last piece of that would be the place, which is the Youth Field of Dreams. We've been selected by the Ripken Foundation, which will secure 40 to 50% of the cost. So we're now starting to fundraise so we can expand and enhance our program that we know to be successful.
And that's going to conclude our panel presentation. This is Deputy Chief Hardy and our community outreach presentation. So we're open for questions if there be any.
You timed it perfectly. I appreciate it. We certainly thank all of you for coming and sharing your commitment for everything that you do within our community towards our seniors as well as the children. This was eye-opening, and I especially appreciate the pictures. You know, pictures show and speak of 1,000 words. You all have a lot going on, and we were proud to have the opportunity to hear this presentation, and we look forward to having some more of this camaraderie among the council. I don't see anybody else in the queue.
Councilwoman, can I just make one parting comment?
Certainly.
You just saw a snippet of what we do. I wish I could say that's all of it, but that's really not even close. Given the time restraints, we kind of rush through everything, but that does not encompass what we do, and there's a lot more. So anytime you'd like to hear what we're doing, we'd definitely be happy to come back and share it with you.
Thank you so much for making yourself available. If there isn't anything else, this meeting is now adjourned.
Thank you.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Begin, Chairman Smiley.
Oh, I feel like some people just left us. We have enough. Okay, there we go. I see y'all. It's 10:59. I'm calling the Public Works, Solid Waste, Transportation, and General Service Committee. It's hereby called to order. Will, can we call roll?
Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle.
Present.
Councilman Colvette. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Present.
Councilman Ford. Councilwoman Johnson.
Present.
Councilman Jones.
Here.
Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
Present.
Councilman Warren.
Here.
Chairwoman Robinson.
Present.
And Chairman Smiley.
I'm here. Okay. Item number 1. We missing someone?
Councilman Ford present, that's all.
Please show Councilman Ford
Councilman
present.
Ford.
Okay. Item number 1, a resolution amending FY21 CIP budget by transferring the allocation of 450,000 GL bonds from traffic signal project EN 21100 to traffic signal furniture, fixtures, and equipment FY21 project EN 01104 for the purpose of traffic signal equipment needed for emergency maintenance and construction. All council districts. Can I get a motion?
Motion to approve.
Second.
Is there anyone here from the administration to speak to this resolution?
Yes, sir. This is Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering speaking on this behalf. So this is a request for an allocation of the 450,000 allocated for our traffic signal furniture, fixtures, and equipment. These funds are often used for our emergency maintenance and construction. Some of the example materials that are purchased resulting from this includes poles, cables, wirings, conduits, cabinets. Again, this is related to damaged poles that are often hit by vehicles, and we need to make sure that those are repaired immediately. So with this 450,000, that is what we're asking for the appropriation. Thank you.
Let's see, is anyone in the queue for this? I don't see any, take that. Yeah, I don't see anyone in the queue. Just please make your way out to Raleigh. There is a couple damaged poles out here. Can we take a vote on this item?
Yes, sir. Councilman Canale? Councilman Carlisle?
Aye.
Councilman Corvette? Councilman Canale?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Ford?
Yes.
And a black female.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Jones?
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan?
Aye.
Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilwoman Warren?
Aye.
Chairwoman Robinson?
Aye.
And Chairman Smiley.
Yes, this item is approved. Item number 2, a resolution to transfer, allocate, and appropriate $675,942 in GL bonds FY20 from 88 Curb Ramp Cover Line Project PW20300 to Curb Ramp Group 61 Project number PW20302 for the construction and installation of 388 curb ramps. All council districts, same night minutes requested. Can I get a motion? And second for discussion purposes. Can I get a second?
Second, Canale.
All right, is there anyone from the administration to speak to this item?
Yes, sir. Again, this is Manny Belen with the Division of Engineering. So what we're asking for is an appropriation for our curb ramp replacement program. This fund is going to construct approximately 300 ADA or replace approximately 300 ADA curb ramps throughout the city. So the ask is for the appropriation of $675,000 for 942 request for consideration of approval.
Is there any council members in the queue who'd like to speak to this issue? Well, I have a quick question. You said replace curb ramps. Is it simply replacing, or are we adding some curb ramps into places where they're not currently present?
In this particular case, we've identified 300 existing ADA curb ramps that needs to be replaced. And so that is the intent of the appropriation of these funds.
Okay, so this is replacement only. Would there be anything coming down the line that addresses areas in which curb ramps are needed where there are none currently existing?
So typically in those cases, we would require an ADA curb ramp is typically needed when there's sidewalks. So if there is no sidewalks, a curb ramp doesn't really serve a purpose at that point. So we typically align them to make sure that the sidewalks exist as well in those areas. But we look at them independently as the request comes in.
Okay, I think this may be off topic here a slight bit. So what will one need to do if they believe that their neighborhood is in need of sidewalks? The reason I'm mentioning that specifically because when I was campaigning in Whitehaven, I noticed there were sidewalks few and far between. And there's several kids, and I think they could benefit from some sidewalks. I feel like Chairwoman Robinson can definitely attest to that. Director Blaine, you still with us?
Yes, sir. Noted. Understand.
So my question is, what would someone in the community need to do to get sidewalks in their neighborhood, or is there something that we can do on our end? I'm just speaking from a new council perspective. So I'm just trying to figure out what would be the process.
Sure, I can speak on that. So again, this is Manny with the Division of Engineering, so I can speak on that behalf. So if a neighborhood currently do not have sidewalks in their neighborhood, initially, obviously from the development of that subdivision, there was a desire to not include sidewalk as part of that at that time. In this case, if the community desires to have sidewalk, it would be a capital improvement project. It would have to be a request for an allocation and appropriation in that particular neighborhood for that amount of money for the installation of sidewalks. And typically, sidewalk is something that we'll certainly look at, but it may also include some utility relocations. And so there might be some secondary things that will typically happen as part of that sidewalk installation.
Okay. And CIP verification. And how would we, how do we value that? Is there something that your department will go out, take a look at, and once the request is made so that we can put a price tag on that?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have. Anyone else has any? Okay. Dr. Warren, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I was under the impression that sidewalks were the responsibility of the property owner to maintain. Does that mean that it's not the responsibility to initially place, that we place them and then the property owner maintains them? How does that work, Mr. Glenn?
That is exactly right, Dr. Warren. The initial installation would often be done by capital improvement. And then once it is installed, then it is maintained by the adjacent property owner along their frontage.
Thank you very much. That was my question. I just know, being in an old part of town, I've always just thought sidewalks were the property owner's responsibility because we just had to maintain them. They've been here for a long time. So that's where that's coming from. Thank you.
Dr. Warren, seems like you yielded back. Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chairman Smiley. Yeah, Manny, Doc brought up a good point. I mean, a lot of times in a residential neighborhood that's a new subdivision or whatever, the onus can be put on the developer to build those on behalf of the city. The problem you have though is that downtown projects like One Beale or Chisca or 10 Main will have reserve capital in order to maintain those sidewalks and fix crumbling and cracking curbs. But your typical homeowner, it may not have the ability to do that, and or a tree will grow and it'll start to break it up. So what relief does your ordinary homeowner have to help them? We can't expect the average Memphian to go out and repair their sidewalk that's crumbling, cracking, and just completely demolished and stuff. I mean, depending on what street you're driving down, there's just breaks of sidewalk, and it's really kind of unfortunate. So is there a program in place that we have that can give relief to people that don't have the means to fix? And by the way, curbs and sidewalks are incredibly expensive. Concrete is incredibly expensive. So tell me that we've got something out there that helps those residents.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman, for that question. So the city does have a program. It's called the Sidewalk Assistance Program. And that program allows for property owners to submit, for the city to take on the repair of that. But there is a process. They have to meet certain criteria and guidelines and requirements in order to applicable towards that program. That program is actually paid through our capital improvement, or not capital, but operating budget. But we do have a program to assist in those efforts. Now, our regular sidewalk program itself, however, is we make assessment of the sidewalks based on the conditions. then we go through the process of citing property owners to make necessary repair. And if they don't make that repair, we go through the legal courts and assess and potentially place a lien on that property. So it's two separate projects and two separate processes. But to answer your question, we do have a program in place to assist those that need them.
We need to dig in more to that, council.
Absolutely.
And the other thing I'd say too is, I mean, I know the city does as good of a job as it maybe, it can to try and put information out there. But I mean, I'm relatively tech savvy and I still struggle to find information. And so, I'd like to dig more into that because there's a lot of people out there looking for relief and may not even know where to start. And maybe it's even partnering, if Councilwoman Logan's on the phone, maybe it's even getting with this local CDCs that know their neighborhoods, that have that kind of experience, and they can be of assistance to try and streamline that process for neighborhoods. Because if you drive around, I mean, I'm babbling at this point, but I think everybody's understanding where I'm going. I'd like to come back and have a longer conversation about that in the interest of time, but I yield back.
So thank you, Councilman Carlisle. Director Bland, could you come back and I guess prepare a presentation for us specifically related to I guess sidewalk assistance program? Because I was going to ask for a link regarding that, potential ways that we can fund the sidewalk assistance program, because I know in my district and probably also in Super 9, homeowners are in desperate need of some type of support. I was just running the other day. I run late at night. I was running the other day and I almost, fell down and bust my head just because the sidewalk was in such disrepair. And we want to encourage people to use our sidewalks, but if our sidewalks are in bad shape, then, it may be better for them to be running on the side of the street. I don't know. But I just do think it's a program that we need to find out ways to better fund and get the information out there.
Yeah, it completely changes the look and feel of a neighborhood. And just a great example of that is when you look at South Main, got a Tiger grant to redo all of the sidewalk. It was a federally funded project. But when you look just walking down Main Street, before and after was a complete aesthetic game changer that made it more inviting and welcoming. And so when we talk about neighborhoods and blight, that has to be a component of that conversation. So anyway, I'm sorry to jump back in, but you're making great points. I yield back.
I concur with you, Councilman Carlisle. Councilwoman Logan, would you mind if Director McGowan kind of jumps in here and then I come back to you?
Go right ahead.
Okay, Director McGowan.
Thank you so much. And Director Bland will come back with a full report. I do just want to mention, I appreciate the opportunity for us to come back with a kind of a holistic view at this. I will tell you, this is something that every city in America and around the world are struggling with. There are different requirements. There is no standardization between who owns these things. Even in our own city, we have some different standards, as you said, depending on where you happen to be located downtown. If you're in tourism, if you're in a TIF district, they may choose to install those. If you're in a planned development, the developer installs those and the property owners the maintenance. So it is going to be a broader discussion. It will be a policy decision of the city of Memphis on how we choose to address this. And we may have to have several different layers of how we choose to address this depending on the area. So I appreciate the opportunity to come back and talk with you all about this. I would ask that before we even come back, what we'll do is share with you the Sidewalk Assistance Program link so you all can help us get the word out on that. That will be very much like the Speed Hump program that Mr. Belen will also come back and talk to you about. There will be much more demand than there is resources. So again, as we move forward with infrastructure in the future, we may choose to allocate a little more to that program if that becomes important. So something we all share a common interest in. I too see that, North Parkway is a good example. There are some massive trees and, what look like ski jump ramps for sidewalks that are clearly no one's responsibility because they're kind of along the frontage where lots of people could share. So I appreciate you guys bringing this up and allowing us to have a bit more holistic look at this rather than kind of one-offs. And so we'll be prepared. Did you have a timeline? Because it may take us a couple of weeks to put together some examples of things we might propose to you all.
Okay, I think the next council meeting is in 3 weeks. When is it? 2 weeks? 2 weeks from now? 2 weeks?
Okay, we can come back. Yeah, we can come back.
You need a little bit more time than that. 3 weeks.
Well, that should be plenty of time for us to come back with a pretty good overview of where things stand today. So I appreciate that.
Okay, yeah. And, you know, also, I'm not sure if it'd be a part of the presentation then, but also, I'm not really sure what we do about, I guess, trees that are in, like right along the sidewalk. The roots are starting to, I guess, grow under the sidewalk and just displace the sidewalk in totality. So I'm not sure what we do about that. So let's, you know, just think about ways to address that. The sidewalk assistance program and also the implementation of sidewalks in some of our more historic neighborhoods that may not had a need for sidewalks when they were developed, but you know, way that the communities are changing, seems to be an apparent need for sidewalks. Councilwoman Logan and then Director Connect, or you want to jump in right now? Councilwoman Logan.
I'll yield to her, or I can come now.
Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. I just wanted to see if we could make sure in that presentation we could include the process of citing property owners and placing the lien on their home to give us information about what that looks like, how much it is, and that type of thing, and how many people we have already at that point. I know a lot of our senior, if you have any, in my district, there are a lot of senior members that have commented or been concerned about having to pay that lien being put on their home that they own. And so if we could just, you know, bring all of that information and see how we could look at that. Thank you. I yield back, Chair.
Thank you, Director Connect.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman. So this has been a topic that's been discussed quite a bit over the years. Only about like 60 or 65% of the city has sidewalks. You know, we have like 6,800 miles of streets. I believe we had 3,800 miles, the last survey, of sidewalks. So this has been a topic of discussion over the years. The cost, there is some cost that we've done to install sidewalks to every city street. It was literally $300 or $400 million, if I recall. I have to double check to put all those sidewalks in. And it's a huge cost, as Doug said, Chief McGowan said, that from resource perspective, you know, we're only spending $25 million or $20 million paving streets. And you're talking about a huge cost increase to our capital budget to start a program for sidewalks. And that would just be sidewalks. And a couple of things just for clarity. So the curb and gutter is the city's responsibility. So I know Councilman Carlisle mentioned gutters, and that's city. So when you look at a street, and let's say it has a curb and gutter, from the back of the curb to the back of the curb on the other side of the street, that's all city. But from the grass strip to the property, that's all property owner. So street trees, sidewalks, everything else is the property owner's responsibility by ordinance. So that's where you run into the issue about that's uncertainty, a question about that. But I just wanted to clarify that and just give some perspective on that.
So, Director Connect, you said it's the property owner's responsibility by ordinance.
Yes, for any trees, any sidewalks, even mowing the grass from the back, anything from the back of the curb towards the property owner's home, that is all the property owner's responsibility.
Okay, so, okay, because someone, never mind, I can handle that offline. I just want to make a mental note of getting my hands on that ordinance. So if someone can send it to me.
Yeah, we can provide a graphic too that kind of shows where the city responsibility stops and where the property owner responsibility starts.
Okay, thank you so much. I think I'm getting off of our perfect timing today, so I think we need to move on. Is there anyone else in the queue? Because I'm getting behind. Okay, there's no one else is in the queue. Can we take a vote on this item?
Councilman Canale?
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle?
Yes.
Councilman Colvett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Robinson,
Aye.
and Chairman Smiley.
This item passes. Item number 3. Ordinance to amend chapters 2 and 12 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinance so as to update the Code of Ordinance related to street, park, and place names. There was a request for same night minutes in item 2, and there's a request for same night minutes in item 3. Can I get a motion for discussion purposes?
Motion.
Second.
Second.
All right. I yield the floor to Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Actually, Chair, if I could make a motion to hear item number 4 first before item number 3.
I concur.
Okay. Thank you.
Motion?
Can we get a motion for that? Okay.
Can
Thank
we
you.
get a second, someone?
Second.
Can we agree by acclamation? Doesn't appear to be any objections. So we will go to
Thank you.
Councilman Morgan, are you objecting or are you just trying to address item number 4?
Oh, no, just a question on item number 4. No objections to the order. That's up to the chair. Chair can call whatever order he wants.
That's what I'm talking about. Okay, so item number 4 then, resolution of the City of Memphis, the Memphis City Council establishing an advisory committee regarding the City of Memphis street, park, and places names. There's a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion? A second?
Motion.
For the purpose.
Motion.
Second.
Thank you. I yield to Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chairman. I will only read the first page of this resolution, and then we can go as the chair wishes to discussion. Whereas the Memphis City Council is authorized to appoint advisory committees to provide the legislative body with recommendations, and leaders of the Confederacy, the state of Tennessee, and the city of Memphis committed treason against the United States of America by directly circumventing the Constitution and levying war against the United States in order to preserve slavery in human beings against perceived threats to its continued existence. And leaders of the Confederacy and subsequent sympathizers of the Confederate cause named and renamed public streets, parks, and place names to memorialize participants in these treasonous insurrections for the purpose of glorifying their prior circumvention of the Constitution. And on May 1st, 2nd, and 3rd, 1866, mobs of Confederate sympathizers led by law enforcement attacked African-American Memphians in their areas near present-day 2nd Street and G.E. Patterson. By the end of the attack, the mob of Confederate sympathizers had killed an estimated 46 African-American Memphians and committed numerous robberies, assaults, and arsons. A congressional investigative committee reported that 4 churches, 12 schools, and 91 dwellings were burned. Although no one was ever prosecuted for this massacre, the events became a rallying cry in the battle over the nation's reconstruction efforts following the Civil War. Ultimately, the outrage that followed the massacre helped ensure the adoption of the 14th Amendment to the United States Constitution. And despite the 1866 Memphis massacre, former leaders of the Confederacy and subsequent sympathizers of the Confederate cause continue to name and rename public streets, parks, and place names to memorialize participants of this treasonous insurrections committed during the American Civil War for the purpose of supporting their ongoing circumvention of the Constitution, namely the newly ratified 14th and 15th Amendments to the U.S. Constitution between 1868 and 1965, by routinely denying African-American persons within this jurisdiction equal protection and/or rights under the law via racial segregation, continued racist lynchings, and the systemic denial of the right to vote. And these travesties, along with Memphis's troubling history of mistreatment of minorities post-1965, continue to be upheld by the same glorification of white supremacy, disrespecting the rich contributions to the growth and development of this city by the diverse populations that shaped and continue to shape Memphis, require remedy through substantive reconciliation and healing, which may only occur by ensuring a robust and transparent public conversation about, one, those whose actions we choose to recognize and honor, and two, those whose actions we choose to condemn and remove from prominence within our revered public spaces, places, and venues. Now, therefore, be it resolved, the Memphis City Council hereby establishes an advisory committee for the purpose of providing recommendations and guiding principles to the legislative body regarding the renaming of certain public streets, parks, and places. Thank you,
Thank you,
Chair.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Are you yielding the floor back?
I'm yielding the floor back unless you want to hear me talk about 3 minutes more. But I know that Councilman Morgan had a question.
We all love to hear you. However, we thank you for yielding the floor back. Councilman Morgan, the floor is yours, sir.
Thank you very much. A couple quick questions. Is there any limit or focus to the scope of the recommendations? So the recitals you just read focus heavily on the Civil War and Confederacy, but is this something that's going to be open to every single street, just simply based on the judgment of the committee, or are we going to give them direction towards a certain period of time, such as Civil War?
Can I, Chair?
Yes, I'm sorry, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you're recognized. You may address this issue, this question.
Thank you. That's a great question. So within the resolution, the recitals do speak of the starting of the naming and glorifying of certain names that also was mentioned that continues past 1965. So within the committee would have the opportunity to research, submit, and ask for approval on their renaming. These renamings might come from its relation to the Confederacy. It might come from its relation to racism. It may be just to be anti-racist. It may come from its relation to the Trail of Tears. That is up to the discretion of the committee.
Okay, that's what I didn't. Yeah, Native American history, if everything's included as well. Okay, so it's wide open. And then on page 2, number 4, it says all appointed members shall be confirmed by council motion. And I was just going to ask that question. And then, so basically, what's the process? By when and to whom? Given that I think it's going to pass, who should we get our nomination to? I imagine in 2 weeks it'll all be on a slate of committee members to nominate. We'll do it by resolution, not motion.
If Bryson or if Attorney Wade is on the line to clarify that, if that's motion or resolution, and we can have that answer for you, Councilman Morgan.
I'm on the line. Can you repeat your question, please?
It just said all appointed members shall be confirmed by council motion, and I was just seeking clarification. I assume that means resolution, that we'll just do it by slate and personnel committee or this committee in 2 weeks once everybody gets their names to staff.
That's correct. That's correct.
Okay. And then, Mr. Wade, you may need to stay on the line here for the last question. So it's the last paragraph on page 2, talking about Tennessee Open Meetings Act and quorums for this commission. I agree it should be done out in the open, that people should be able to view and see what's going on in these meetings. But how does that interact with the pandemic? Because I just started thinking about as we start trying to nominate people for this process, and I make phone calls and say, hey, would you like to serve on this committee? They're going to have questions about whether or not they're going to be required to meet in person during COVID-19, or will they be able to meet remotely? How does that work?
I think the governor's executive order applies to any committee that's acting pursuant to your authority. I mean, they're acting as your agent, so to speak, so they have the same authority that you do.
Okay. Do we have any indication of whether the governor's executive order is going to extend past July?
I think it's August 29 is when it ends.
Oh, okay. Okay. All right, I guess, yeah, so somebody's just going to have to weigh that risk for themselves about serving on the committee and being in person. Okay. That was all I have for now. Honestly, committees like this, I do like, and I don't think we should get in the habit of prejudging the recommendations of committee until we know what they are. We can put them together, let them get to work, and then we evaluate that work. And it should be a long, deliberative, careful process. And I hope that each council member nominates somebody that will be able to do the work, put the time in, and take it seriously. Thank you.
Chair, can I say one more thing?
Thank you, Councilman Morgan and Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Real quick, we have a couple other council folk in the queue.
Okay, just in case it helps any questions, to make sure that we have, as Councilman Morgan alluded to, full investment by the entire council. The resolution requests each council member to uphold a voting member from the demonstrable backgrounds of law, business, nonprofit, education, civil rights, and faith-based. And this allows for various perspectives to reflect the various type of Memphians that we have. And so these 13 voting appointees will be joined by one non-voting appointee of the engineering division and one non-voting appointee of the planning and development division, so that these appointees can help guide decisions that are according to code and our capabilities within that. Also, to aid in the research and the recommendations that will be factual and thoughtful, the committee will select and enlist 4 interns representing the institutions of Memphis: Lemoyne College, Christian Brothers University, Rhodes College, and University of Memphis. And so that's to make sure that the next generation of Memphians are considered as far as the committee is pushing for who is remembered and how we remember. The committee will be given a timeline to report their recommendations to council, as they are also receiving public input on these recommendations. Council will have the opportunity to discuss the committee's reject, revise, approve, their suggestions, and the committee is proposed to end 12 months from its approval. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. We have a couple other council members in the queue. Dr. Warren.
Yes, I was wondering, we've been doing a lot of things same night minutes lately, and I was wondering if we're actually going to get out of that habit. Is this one of these things that we can not do same night minutes? It looks like it's a thing that's going to require a lot of time and thought. And if there's not an urgent reason to do it same night minute, it would be nice to have it available for people to comment on during the week. So if we have to do any crafting or making it better, that might be a way to do that. So I'd like to know what Councilwoman Easter Thomas thought about not having same night minutes on both of these and just bringing them up for next week or next meeting. Thank you. I yield back.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Dr. Warren. That is thoughtful. However, with the short timeline of 12 months for this committee, we don't want it to be a lifetime committee, that it's 12 months from its approval. It would make sense to go ahead and do that on today. And as we said with the committee, council members are not making decisions within the committee. We aren't in there. So our influence will be as direct as once they submit the recommendations to us to tell them about revising, rejecting, or approving.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. We also have Councilwoman Johnson in the queue. Councilwoman, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair, so much. I support this concept, but I have a few questions too in regards to the timing that's going to be allotted for it. Do you, I'd like to know if it really be possible within 9 months to actually be able to gather all the information needed in order to make these changes throughout the city. I think the input from the citizens is going to be vital in a lot of these situations. A lot of these street names are definitely part of legal descriptions that we use throughout the city. It will affect those documents and things that will have to be changed in the future. There's a lot of other documents that include these names and addresses. So before we change one, I would like to make sure there's enough time and research being done to know who all will actually be affected by these changes and if it's going to cause any hardship to those individuals. And I just question if the time frame that you're allotting is enough in order to get it done. I think it's needed, but I just think we may need to give more time for it to be completed. That's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Spoken like a former assessor. Yeah. Chairwoman Robinson, you have anything to comment?
Yes, thank you. I appreciate this resolution because I know we need to give this some thoughtful deliberation. So will the committee be determining who the chairperson will be?
Yes, Chairwoman.
Okay. And do we have some designated streets that we want them to look at to give them some guidance on the front end?
Councilwoman.
The committee will be able to accept all public and council recommendations or in suggestions.
Okay.
Which is part of the, I think the 3rd page outlines public education and input process that allows for the public and also ourselves, other organizational groups, any entities to submit suggestions so that we can get perspectives. And that also lends to the need for those 4 interns, not just to represent those institutions and the next generation, but to also to be able to effectively get work done by those who are solely focused on doing that.
Yes. Awesome job. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairwoman Robinson. I believe that Councilwoman Easter Thomas has invited Professor Charles McKinney here to, I guess, briefly speak to this issue. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, could you introduce your guest?
Hi, Dr. McKinney. Thank you for coming on with us today. So as the chair stated, you are welcome to speak your portion. Tell us who you are and what you represent and anything you would like to add on this resolution.
Sure. Good morning. Thank you for the invitation, Councilwoman. Good morning, everybody. My name is Charles McKinney. I'm the Director of Africana Studies and an Associate Professor of History at Rhodes College here in mighty Memphis, Tennessee. I've lived in Memphis about 15 years now, and I have come to love this city. And I am a staunch and fierce defender of all things Memphis. When I go back to my original stomping grounds of California, anybody wants to form their lips to say something bad about Memphis, I got a problem with it. So I'm here, and I'm invested. So I'd like to say just really quickly that I think this is a very worthwhile initiative, and I would encourage you all to vote for it. One of the first things that I've been thinking about as I hear about these deliberations is I think about 1905 and the erection of the Nathan Bedford Forrest statue. I'm going to go out on a limb here, ladies and gentlemen, and suggest to you that African Americans were not polled back in 1905 as to whether or not a statue commemorating the first grand wizard of the KKK should be erected in their fair city. And had they been polled, I'm fairly certain that I'm on really strong historical standing here, that a vast majority of African Americans living in the city of Memphis in 1905 or 1901, when it was commissioned, would not have voted in support of that statue. So what I'm saying and what I'm suggesting is that this work that you all are prepared to do, should this proposal pass, what you're preparing to do is to do it the right way, right? We've spent literally the entirety of the city's history engaging in public namings, engaging in the process of naming streets and monuments in a process that has been largely bereft of any manner of legitimate and authentic democratic input. And this is and we're living with the manifestations of that reality now. And so, so this work will be difficult. This work will be challenging in many ways, but this is the work of democracy. This is what it looks like. The founders never told us. One of the words that you will never find in any of our founding documents, you will not find the words neat. You will not find the word tidy. You will not find the word efficient, right? In our efforts to move toward a more perfect union, we know and understand that that process is necessarily contentious. Democracy itself is necessarily contentious. And this is what it looks like. It looks like creating bodies of individuals to come in and talk and agree and disagree and forge a path together. So at the end of the day, people may be able to say, you know what, I don't agree necessarily with the final conclusions, but I can't say I was not included in the process that helped us to arrive at those conclusions. Because that's where we are right now, right? The way in which the city, the vast majority of the city has been structured, the vast majority of the city has been named. This is a legacy of our past, and this is a legacy of segregation. This is a legacy of exclusion. And when and we're in a moment now where we understand what the totality of that exclusion can look like, right? So beyond segregated water fountains and segregated schools, we're also talking about processes whereby even the naming of streets, right? The naming of communities, right? Those processes are also tainted by the realities of segregation, by the realities of saying, hey, regardless of your status in the city, because you are a certain color, your input, your voice does not count. And the way we're going to make that manifest is we're not even going to ask you for your input. We're not even going to ask you for your thoughts and opinions with regard to the names of streets that will occupy, that will move into the, that will go into the middle of African-American communities, for instance. And so all of that is to say, I look very forward to, and I hope that you all pass this resolution. I hope that we are able to engage in this great and good work. This is the work of democracy. This is what racial equality looks like and strives for. And I hope you will. I hope you do the right thing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. McKinney. Chair, I yield back.
Looks like our chairman may be frozen.
Good picture, though.
Looks intent.
All right. If everybody's okay, I was next in the queue. Is that all right if I go ahead? All right. I appreciate Dr. McKinney's comments very much. I'll split hairs on one thing, is that we are a democracy, but we're also a republic, which is why we elect representatives. But I am going to support this resolution because I think it is important to have a very intentional review with a lot of viewpoints and the recommendations and the transparent and open process. So I'm very supportive of this resolution. But what I agree with Dr. Warren is that it's a robust document that has a lot of not a lot of moving pieces. It has a lot of very well thought out mechanisms in it. And I guess to Councilman Easter Thomas, I don't understand the relationship between the 12-month window of doing the work and needing to wait 2 weeks so people can have time to digest the document and make any sort of suggestions or comments. I mean, one just off the fly and why I would like more time is, what about Southwest Community College having a representative or someone from that school? Why just the 4 larger universities? It's just things like that, which is why we present resolutions. We allow council members to debate them, to come back to digest these documents, and then to add their input, and then we move them down to the floor. So I'm going to vote in favor of this document, but respectfully object to it being added to the agenda for same 9 minutes.
Okay, I can't really see who else is in the queue since I was kicked out.
It's Dr. Warren and then Councilor Wade, Chair.
I see Councilor Wade just hopped in. Dr. Warren, go ahead.
Yes, I was wondering if when we do this, we may not want our president to nominate the chair of the committee or chairwoman to do that, as opposed to having a committee have to vote on it in their first meeting. I'm just wondering why we were thinking we needed to have them vote as opposed to having someone that our chair normally nominates, because that's normally what happens when we form committees. Our chair nominates someone. So what's the difference here, and why are we doing it that way?
Councilwoman Issa Thomas, did you speak to that?
Thank you, Councilman Warren, for that question. In my belief, since this committee is not made up of any council members, then that's why the committee members, whom we all get to select one, get to decide their own chair.
That's fair. Dr. Warren, does that answer your question? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Councilwoman Issa Thomas. Attorney Wade, we always like to hear from you.
I appreciate that. I think renaming parks, removing monuments is something I know a little bit about. And I would just, want to point out that there may be some limitation on this committee's ability to rename streets or address any issue relative to Confederate warriors, if you want to call them that. There is a thing called the State Heritage Protection Act that requires any renamings to go through the historical commission. We were able to do certain things before that law was passed, so I would just urge everybody to be mindful of that statute.
Attorney Wade.
Yes.
It sounds to me, as my law professor would say, it sounds to me what you're really saying is that you're volunteering yourself and your service for this committee to serve as counsel to this body.
I'm always counsel for this body.
Not necessarily just this body, for the committees that this body creates.
Yeah, I think what I would suggest, I think the committee should be allowed to have free and robust discussion and come back to you with whatever recommendations that they want. But then at that point, I would have to weigh in and kind of give you guidance about what it will take to be able to effectuate those things.
That is a very wise way to remove yourself from further responsibility.
Yeah, I'm very skillful at doing that. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you, Attorney Wade. Councilman Carlisle.
Councilor Wade just said, I think the intent of this is that this body have wide berth and then make recommendations and not any action. So he echoed my sentiment. I yield back.
Okay, Councilman Morgan.
Thank you. Mr. Wade, if you could help refresh my memory, did the Tennessee Heritage Act, did that apply to street names? I know it certainly did for parks and statues.
I think it applies to any public property that has been named after any war, any participant in a war.
I mean, it says any historical figure. It is so broad the way
it's
they
very broad. It's very broad because they tried to close all the loopholes that we found in the existing law. I will make sure everybody gets a copy of it so you can see what it provides, but that's what it provides.
Okay, we may need to temper expectations because if I recall, they did a pretty good job closing those loopholes.
Well, maybe so, maybe not.
Okay. And if this is a year-long committee, that means they're going to have another shot at it.
Oh, yes. So, all right. So anyway, whatever. But I think, I think the intent is to let the committee come back to you with, recommendations. And then I think we have to look at what we can do legally.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it doesn't appear to be anyone else in the queue. I think we're ready for a vote. Brooke, can we call roll on this item and take a
Yes,
vote?
this is for item number 4. It was moved by Councilman Easter Thomas and seconded by Councilman Swearingen, with the same 9 minutes request. Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
I'm going to abstain. I just, for the same 9 minutes thing.
Councilman Colette,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Robinson,
Aye.
and Chairman Smiley.
Of course. So that's an aye for me. So this item passes. And there's also a request for same 9 minutes. Brooke, real quick, I know I mentioned it earlier, but did we vote for item 2 to have same 9 minutes as well?
You did.
Okay, just making sure. I wanted to make sure I didn't miss that. Okay. Now we're going back to item 3. Ordinance to amend chapters 2 and 12 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances so as to update the Code of Ordinance related to street, park, and place names. Same 9 minutes request. Can we get a motion and a second for discussion purposes?
Motion.
Second.
Second. Okay, I will turn the floor over to Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. So as you read, this is the ordinance to amend chapters 2 and 12 of the City of Memphis Code of Ordinances to update the Code of Ordinances related to street, park, and place names. We currently, as a council, have the power of street renaming when we purchase or dedicate a street in the city. Otherwise, that power lies with the appointed and council commissions approved by the Land Use Control Board. And so this process includes a couple of paths that can be taken. So either one, a Memphis citizen can submit an application with petitions, as we saw with Forest Avenue, that was Forrest. Now it's changed to FOREST. Or 2, the council can submit a resolution, voted in, and this goes to Land Use Control Board for approval in one of their scheduled monthly board meetings. Then if that change is approved, they coordinate that with Director Belen and engineering to make the changes physically with street signs. So this proposal is to amend slightly this ordinance in order to update it. And this will give Memphis City Council direct renaming powers as it is related to streets, parks, and place names. This will also assist the council directly as it relates to item 3, in which we just voted and passed, which proposes a street name change committee. And so that will lighten the load of the process that was explained earlier after the street naming committee submits their suggestions and we go back and forth on what we're going to approve. This will lighten the load for us as well as Land Use Control Board. So this slight amendment is only to help and aid in the process of item number 3 as we look to make sure we are equitable in our naming processes and how we proceed in history on all fronts. So I'm requesting sub-council support and a favorable vote with same 9 minutes. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone in the queue? Oh, there we go. Councilman Canale, you're recognized.
So just a point of clarification. So this is going to give the council the ability to change streets as we deem or are we going to rely on the advice of the newly formed committee?
Can I speak, Chair?
Go ahead and speak, Councilman Mr. Thomas.
So Councilman Carnally, it would be both. So instead of the committee forming its suggestions, bringing them to us, then we take them to the Land Use Control Board for a vote. It would directly let the committee submit their suggestions to us, and then we approve it. So it would eliminate the extra step of having to get a second approval from Land Use Control Board for the street names that would come directly from the committee.
Okay, my only concern with this is that getting too political, and this body changes every 4 years, and you could have future councils that start changing street names all over the place. If you take it out of the elected body into an appointed body, the Land Use Control Board, I think it makes it a little more, I don't know, maybe we need to change the language a little bit so that this does not become an issue for years to come, where you get new councils undoing what other councils did. And you see what I'm saying?
Attorney Wade, is there a way that, since we have made a favorable recommendation to vote later for item number 3, that can be included in this ordinance, or is that not possible? To make it specific, as Councilman Canale is saying.
I think I'm not sure that committee will be able to make a recommendation about how to craft this ordinance, but certainly you can do that. I might suggest that you might want to add, we might want to confer with Josh, but you may want to add him to the committee because he may be able to have input on that. Or at least give him some guidance. Maybe he doesn't need to be on the committee, but he can be an advisor to them.
Yes, you're correct. We definitely put in the resolution a representative from Division of Engineering and Division of Planning and Zoning, and coordinated our asking with Josh about this ordinance in the resolution.
So perhaps
I guess the question was more of, is there a way to specifically put in that this is directly related to the committee in this ordinance? So that, as Canale says, Councilman Canale says, it's not undone politically in 2 decades or so.
I guess I'd have to read it and see how it can be modified to do that. I think it can. I think you could probably add something that says that, subject to a recommendation from the other committee, we would act. But I'd have to read it to see where to add that language.
I yield, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Councilman Canale, does that answer your question? Somewhat.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Chairman.
So I have a quick question for you, and I guess this is for you, Councilman Mr. Thomas. So essentially, this would give us the land use control board would still have the authority to change street names as well as the council. So I guess a unilateral concurrent authority as it relates to this this area.
Correct, Chair.
Okay, cool. Okay, Councilman Carlisle.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, again, just the question that was raised and now needing legal review is why we don't need same 9 minutes on these items that need to be digested and reviewed. So I object to same 9 minutes. Is there a second for that objection?
I'll second it.
Thank you. Again, I'm not opposed to this. I don't know whether I'm not. Anyway. What I will say is I do echo Councilman Canale's sentiment that if Josh Whitehead is on the phone, he knows the history for a good amount of the UDC. I'm wondering if he could add some context. I'm sure at one point the council probably had this authority. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. Josh, if you could weigh into that, and because my concerns is that the Land Use Control Board is supposed to be an apolitical body, and this is a politically charged conversation. And so I think that, and maybe I'm wrong, but if you could help lay out maybe the history and context of that, I would certainly appreciate it.
Mr. Chairman. My name is Josh
Kinda.
White.
There we go.
Development. When I started with OPD in 2010, it was towards the tail end of the review process for the current zoning code, the UDC. And it's my understanding, although not my direct work with, the fact that the process changed from the city council with having review power over street name to the land use control board was probably more than anything just for efficiency purposes, because appeals of everything the land use control board could do goes to the city council. So it was one of a number of initiatives, processes that changed, but I think it was mostly about efficiency more than anything.
Councilor Carlisle, does this answer your question?
Yes, sir. It does. I appreciate that. That's actually helpful because sometimes I forget that we struggle to get through our agendas as they are today, let alone adding many more items to it. Chair, I see Councilor Wade in the queue. If I could utilize my floor to let him way back in, I'd like that.
Okay, well, Attorney Wade, I have a question for me, and then I'm gonna let you address Councilor Carlisle. My question specifically is related to new development. Does, I guess, the committee or this amendment to the ordinance as is, does this require any names related to new developments in those streets on new developments? Does it require this council to weigh in on those street names as well?
Okay, let me go back a minute. The way that this used to work, I believe the council could propose a street name change, and then the ordinance required the Division of Engineering to weigh in and give some input. And then ultimately the decision would be the city council's final decision to change a street. The last one I recall was G. Patterson. That was very contentious because what these street names require is for businesses to change their logos, their business cards, their letterheads, their invoicing. And so we had a lot of pushback, but we ultimately renamed the street. So, I mean, I think what Councilwoman Easter Thomas is trying to do is take us back to the final decision being ours. But you know, whether we get input from engineering, whether we get input from a committee, I think that's the way it should work. If the main thing is to just change the final decision maker to being us rather than land use control board, then I think that's within your prerogative. I mean, we often talk about giving away all our powers. So I'm always jealous of protecting your authority, but I think that's what the focus should try to be on, is who's going to make the decision. How we get there is another question. And to answer your question, no, I don't think it would address new subdivisions or new developments where those things are going through engineering. And I think MLG&W has some input into it as well.
Okay. Thank you, Attorney Wade. I appreciate you addressing all our many inquiries.
I see Jones and Johnson in the queue.
Yeah, it looks like he's frozen again. Mine are just comments, and they sort of go back to what Mr. Wade mentioned a second ago, and that is more so the council ceding some of its authority, which on a number of different issues has been a thorn in the side of mine. So any effort where the council gains some of the authority that it is delegated to outside bodies, in most instances, this happens to be one, I'm in agreement. When we look at, and I would hesitate to think that when we look at the outside boards and commissions, that they are not political bodies themselves. They are appointed by somebody who was elected, and they are approved by this body. So I think that we're being in denial that these aren't political bodies. But when we look at the ultimate level of public engagement and input, that is still us. You may have people who are interested in a particular board or commission meeting, but they still going to pay more attention. The general public is going to pay more attention to what this body does. So I think such a decision as this is best when it is in the domain of those who are closest to the public, and that would be this body. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Councilwoman Johnson.
Thank you, our Chair Smiley, so much for this opportunity to speak. My first comment is I want to make, I'm just so happy to hear so many people are concerned about same night minutes. I have seen that since I've been sitting on this council used so often in so many different situations. And even though I support not going with same night minutes on this particular item, I also hope we keep that in mind in the future, because a lot of items are brought before this council and you were quick to go with same night minutes, and it does not give the citizen an opportunity to have a voice or to tell us what they think about those issues. So I'm really happy to see that we're going to try to change our mindset on same night minutes. My other question is, I'm making the assumption, and from what I've heard, this particular ordinance is only to address those recommended changes from the previous committee we just approved. Is that correct, Chair?
Councilwoman Lisa Thomas.
Yes, Councilwoman Johnson, you're correct.
Okay, so my concern too is it would be only within a year time, the names that are being recommended or the streets, excuse me, will have to be given to us within a year time of this for us to consider those particular names.
Within a year time, the process for the research, the recommendations, as well as the public input will have that 12-month time span. And then afterwards, is that why the two members of Division of Engineering and Planning and Zoning are also in there, so that that plan to actually physically fulfill that can go forth.
Okay, so only thing we're saying here is as it currently exists, the law says OPD makes the final recommendation. And in this case, we're saying allow the city council to make a final recommendation based on the recommendation from the committee, which we previously approved in item number 4 just a few minutes ago.
That is correct.
And that's it. Nothing before, later on, like I was concerned about subdivision names. Not any of those, just strictly the recommendation. And this body would have to approve those name changes from the committee as well.
Yes, Councilwoman Johnson, correct.
Okay, okay, that's clarity. I should appreciate that. Thank you so much.
Yes,
Thank
ma'am.
you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilwoman Johnson. Dr. Warren.
Yes, Councilwoman Johnson asked my question. I just wanted to make sure that the council had final approval on committee recommendations.
Okay, thank you, Councilman Warren. Attorney Wade, we've already spoken to you. I'm pretty sure you don't want to talk to us anymore. Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Thank you, Chair. I was going to say that I would like for this to be voted favorably, but just to ensure that we get accurate legal teeth in here to make sure, as Councilman Canale said, that it can't be undone by any political will in the future. Who knows where this country is going, for it to be voted in, but to remove the request for same night minutes. Even though these documents were sent in the time requested by the council team for which things need to be reviewed, I just want to make sure my team is shouted out for doing things efficiently. But they did submit those items, but I will remove the same night minute request just to make sure that Attorney Wade can review these once again and we can send back out for review.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas, that's on items 3 and 4, or just, which one, which item
No,
number?
just this item.
Okay, thank
Okay, I
you.
almost gave made her have a fit. But just this item, it doesn't appear that anyone else in the queue. It appears that all hearts, minds are clear. Councilwoman Easter Thomas has removed the request for same night minutes as it relates to this item only. Brooks, can we call roll and take a vote?
Yes, this is for item number 3. It was moved by Easter Thomas, seconded by Councilwoman Swearingen. No same night minutes request. It'll go down in 2 weeks on the regular agenda if passed. Councilman Canale?
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle?
Yes.
Councilman Colvette?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Ford?
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Jones?
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan?
Aye.
Councilman Morgan?
No.
Councilwoman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Chair Robinson?
Aye.
And Chairman Smiley.
This item passes. Oh, yes, I'm a yes vote. This item passes. All hearts and minds clear. I adjourn this committee. Thank you.
Okay, you can begin. Thank you.
Take two. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. It is July 21st, 2020. This is the Memphis City Council's Planning and Zoning Committee call to order. Let's go ahead and get a roll call.
Councilman Canale. Councilman Canale. Councilman Carlisle. I see you, Councilman Canale.
I'm here, thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilman Ford. Present. Councilwoman Johnson. Okay, I got you. Councilman Jones.
Present.
And I see Councilman Carlisle as well. Councilwoman Logan.
Present.
Thank you, Councilman Morgan.
Here.
Councilwoman Robinson.
Present.
Councilman Smiley.
It's good to be back. All right, because of COVID, we're doing things a little different. The way I'm going to recommend, and we'll do it, is I'm going to bring the case up and ask for a motion to send it to full council without a recommendation. At that point, we'll get a presentation from Josh Whitehead with OPD. And then if council members have questions as regards the technical nuts and bolts of the project, then we can ask Josh at that point. Obviously, as council members, if you wish to share your opinion, you're certainly welcome to, but I would recommend, since we are holding and not allowing the applicant or the opposition to speak until full council, that our goal at this point with these first three cases to just get you educated on the project and the nuts and bolts. So far, so good? All right, let's dive right into it. First case is SUP 19-41, 1883 Lamar. Can I have a motion to send this to full council without a recommendation?
So moved. Or second. I'll take the second.
I got Warren on a motion and I got Carlisle on a second. Been moved and properly seconded. Mr. Whitehead, you have the ball.
Thank you. And if Mr. Whitney can give me screen sharing abilities, I have a short PowerPoint presentation. This is a request for a cell tower, a 135-foot tower adjacent to Glenview Park. Glenview Park is a relatively large park. There we go. Next to, near the intersection of Lamar and Barksdale. Specifically speaking, let's scroll down to this slide. If you recall, about 5 or 6 years ago, there was an old 1920s commercial building, maybe with about 4 bays, and it burned down again about 6 years ago. So this is on that property. If you notice on this map, or maybe this map is better, that is the commercial building. There still is one commercial building, the balance burned down, that's at the hard corner of the light at Barksdale and Lamar. Again, this is a request for a cell tower, which will be pushed back to the southwest corner of the site, shown here. And as the zoning code requires, we have conditioned this approval to a bunker, if you will, with landscaping and fencing. And the resolution presented to you is conditioned upon those improvements to the site. Mr. Chairman, this comes to you with a split recommendation. The Office of Planning and Development recommends approval, and the Land Use Control Board at its February meeting recommended rejection. With that, I'm available for any questions.
Yes. Thanks.
Sorry about that. I'm still getting used to it. Thank you very much, Mr. Whitehead. I see Councilman Carlisle's in the queue.
Thank you, Chair. Mr. Whitehead, this may not have been in the section, but because I understand Lamar is a long stretch, but was this not covered in the moratorium that Councilwoman Johnson, or Swearingen, I apologize, Councilwoman Swearingen proposed for review of zoning along Lamar?
Councilman, the moratorium was specific to auto-related uses such as gas stations, auto repair, et cetera. So this was not affected by it, but I think as any moratorium resolution that has ever been passed by the body, the body can grant exceptions to it. So if this were an auto-related use, I believe through this device, y'all could pass a case-by-case exception.
Understood. And I understand that there are some restrictions on questions about towers in regards to that the FCC has passed that, we have to adhere to. But is this, it's hard to read the site plan elevation. I have some concerns, I guess, about a highest and best use for a corner lot along Lamar next to a park. Specifically, if it's a metal pole versus at least something more aesthetically pleasing at a minimum, whether or not the body chooses to or not approve this. But can we impose any sort of if the body were to move forward, I'd like to at least see some aesthetic enhancements and not 100, it's great to have a tree around it, but it's a 135-foot pole. I think that's a little problematic. Is that potentially on the table?
Yes, sir, most definitely. In addition to this process, which involved the Land Use Control Board and the City Council, because this is in the Glenview Historic Overlay, it will also, if approved, go to the Landmarks Commission. So this body could provide some design recommendations and design direction to the Landmarks Commission, but I'm sure that a tree-like or a flagpole-like, et cetera, kind of design would certainly be part of that discussion as well. But this body can certainly, through its conditions, provide some guardrails to that design review by the Landmarks Commission.
Fair enough. I will defer to my colleagues in which this district, this location lies, but I will say that I am very apprehensive for this use as the highest and best for, again, a corner location next to a park and community center. So, but I yield back. I'd like to hear from my colleagues.
Okay, good thought, good thought. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
Okay, so this is gonna be, I'm gonna try to be as brief as possible. I'm usually not that brief when I don't have bullet points to follow, so I'm gonna do my best. So I'm sorry, I apologize in advance. I guess my first question, I guess this would be for someone in administration, would be, was there another site considered? I do know that there was a potential site about less than a mile away where there is I guess a billboard that's currently for sale. It's not adjacent to any homes. Did Verizon consider that additional site? Because I spoke to someone from Verizon about this, and I know for sure that they got the information.
Councilman Smiley, I believe that Verizon and its attorneys with Glankler Brown will be available, Becker Donaldson, will be available at the 3:30 council session.
Okay, okay, that's cool. So I do want to attempt to be as objective and keep an open mind as it relates to this. But I will say this, and then it's hard for me to be objective because most of my council members know I work out frequently. I go running, and when I leave my house to go running, about 1 block away, I make a left turn down Waverly, and I run into Glenview Park. And the proposed cell tower is literally about, I don't know, few feet from some elderly homes of some of the elderly in my neighborhood. And my next door neighbor, who loves to just knock on my door at any time, is adamantly opposed to this. So I don't think I would get any sleep. Ms. Rose, I heard you. And the president of the Glenview Neighborhood Association, the past president of the Glenview Neighborhood Association, the several members of Glenview Neighborhood Association had an interview with Fox 13, expressed their deep desire for this tower to find a new location. And And they also said they're not opposed to development. They're not opposed to changes, but this is not one of the changes that this community, my neighborhood, a place that I jog every single day, would be willing to have erected. And, you know, if you just look at where it is, there's so many different things that we can do with this area. To stick a cell phone tower, essentially telling every individual in this community that we care less about this neighborhood, and we're just going to stick something here when there's, you know, so many young people here, and it's so close to a community. And I do believe that we could find a better use for this property that has been, you know, essentially abandoned for so long. I think we could find a more effective use for a place where we can potentially invest in, you know, the community, as opposed to just saying we're going to sell this community to the highest bidder. We are not for sale. Glenview is not for sale. Glenview does not want this. And I would encourage all of my colleagues to vote against this. Thank you.
All right, colleagues, we have a very robust agenda, a very robust executive committee, and we've only got 48 minutes left. Thank you for sharing your thoughts on that, Councilman. Really, let's, if we can, if you want to share your thoughts, that's perfectly fine. But if we could confine our comments to questions of staff as far as the nuts and bolts of this thing. Also, because the applicant and the opposition do not have an ability to speak to us at this point and won't until full council. Again, I would just ask politely if you keep it to the nuts and bolts of the case and questions of staff. All right, moving right along. Councilor Swearingen, you're up.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. If you could leave that photo up, if you would. If you look at the photo to your left, the cell tower is being proposed between the trees and that building. If you look left of those trees is one of the entrances to the park. And if you go east around the bend is another entrance to the park. Next to the entrance is a tennis court, and they're now getting ready to redo the walking trail. It's a very nice walking trail over there. And this is a historic park. I was fortunate to be able to attend the public meeting that Verizon had with the constituents. And this is a unique situation because this is an area where 3 council members reside. Myself, Councilman Smiley, as well as Councilman Jones. So in light of Mr. Smiley, I don't think any of us will be able to sleep if we allowed these individuals to put this cell tower in this historic district. They don't want a 130-foot cell tower. That's a state street that's well-traveled. It's just not fitting for that area. We certainly want growth in the Glenview and community, but this is not the direction that the constituents would like to take. And after all, we've been elected to represent them. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Canale, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chairman. I'll hold mine until full council. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Not seeing any other members in the queue, and I'm looking to see if I get any waving hands. Going once. I assume you're ready to vote to send this to full council with no recommendation. Rather than go through a roll call in the interest of time, is there any objection to just by unanimous sending it with no recommendation? Is there any objection? There's an objection. Let's do a full roll call vote to send this with no recommendation. Roll call.
Councilman Canale. Councilman Canale.
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle. Councilman Carlisle.
Abstain.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
No.
Councilman Ford. Councilman Ford.
No. No.
Thank you. Councilwoman Johnson.
No.
Councilman Jones.
No.
Councilwoman Logan.
No.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley, Councilman Smiley.
No, I'm sorry. I thought no.
Thank you. Councilwoman Swearingen,
No.
Councilman Warren,
No.
Chair Colvett.
I'll vote yes since it was my idea. Okay.
Chairman,
That
hold
was-
on. That was just a vote. That was just a vote to send it with no recommendation, or we were voting on the actual item?
That was a vote to send it to full council with no recommendation.
With a negative recommendation.
Q.
Councilman Smiley, would you like to make a motion to send this to full council with a negative recommendation?
Absolutely. I think someone read my mind. I so move that we
Second.
send this item to council with a negative recommendation.
Second
All right,
that motion.
I got Smiley on the motion. I got Swearingen on the second. Is that confirmed? That's confirmed. All right, seeing nobody in the queue, assume you're ready to vote. All those in favor of sending this to full council with a negative recommendation, roll call.
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Aye.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
Yes.
Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
Aye.
Councilwoman Logan,
Aye.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Aye.
Councilman Smiley,
Ah,
Councilwoman Swearingen,
Aye.
Councilman Warren,
Aye.
Chair Colvett.
And I am a yes also. That is unanimous. Goes downstairs with a negative recommendation. All right, item 2 is PD 99362, southwest corner of Quinch Road and Linfield Road. Can I get a motion to send down with no recommendation?
So moved.
Morgan seconds.
All right, I got Carlisle on the motion. I got Morgan on a second. All right, move properly second. Go, Josh, give us a presentation real quick.
Yes, sir, Mr. Chairman. This is a request that in itself is two requests. In 1999, this body approved a 2-story office building at this location, pictured on the map. It's on the south side of Quince between I-240 and Linfield, southwest of Lichterman Nature Center and due west of the YMCA in the Balmoral neighborhood. The first request is the applicant would like to add a 3rd story. So convert the 2-story office building into a 3-story office building. But the second request is to notify the neighbors that such a request to restart this project is being made. In 2015, it came to the attention of myself and members of this body that many old land developments did not have an expiration clause. For some reason, during the 90s and early 2000s, the standard 5-year expiration clause was not found in those plan development resolutions. So what we did in 2015 is we amended the zoning code that said, if you do have a plan development that inexplicably did not have one of those expiration dates, you don't get a full pass, but what you have to do is go to the Land Use Control Board to notify the neighbors that this development is back, has been restarted. So request number 1 is add a 3rd story. Request number 2 was this project is being restarted. Very briefly, the lot is encumbered mostly by TVA overhead lines. The aerial here shows that encumbering the 2/3 western part of the property with the eastern 1/3 heavily wooded. And you can see on this aerial, the issue at hand is the neighborhood, the single family neighborhood, generally known as Balmoral, to the south. It was adjacent property owners who appealed the approval of the Land Use Control Board. That's important. And before I relinquish the floor, I'll enumerate why. Let's just very briefly go to the site plan. The 2/3 western portion that has those overhead lines will be improved with the parking lot, with the office building on the third of the property that doesn't have the power lines. The applicant has submitted elevations of the project. They're shown here. And finally, to reiterate, as an appeal, remember this is the Land Use Control Board approved these two requests and the neighbors appealed it up to the city council. So that flips the votes a little bit. A yes vote is in favor of the neighborhood and would reject the project. A no vote is against the appeal and votes to withhold the Land Use Control Board's approval. With that, Mr. Chairman, if I haven't confused everyone, I'll relinquish the floor now.
It's as simply put as it's the opposite of the way we normally do things, and we'll clarify that again at full council. Do I see that Dr. Warren is the first in the queue? Well, I'm picking him.
Yes.
Dr. Warren, you're up.
Thank you. Just looking at this site plan, and it looks like the issue is where they've got their third floor building. Is there a reason that it couldn't go on the other side of that big parking lot? Is that something that stops that? And would the neighbors be opposed to it being on the opposite side?
Councilman, I don't know if it's very evident on this aerial, but my cursor is hovering over the westernmost support column for the power lines. There's 3 of them through here. So between this support column and this support column is the easement with the overhead lines. And under that easement, according to TVA, no improvements may be made except for 2-dimensional improvements, such as parking lots. The blue line right here is the eastern extent of that easement. So what the applicant has done is push the building as close to the easement as possible to get it away as far as possible from the neighborhood.
Okay. I'm just looking at, yeah, so that blue line coming down, so they would have to have TVA permission, or it's just illegal to be in that area?
It would be illegal because just for liability purposes, they don't want, just like MLGW's smaller lines, we don't want any buildings underneath those, in case they fall or they need to repair them and get to the lines easily. So that's kind of a standard, there's a standard prohibition of buildings in easements, all easements.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you, Councilman. Council Lady Johnson, you're up.
Thank you, Chair, so much. Josh, I have a question. I assume that there was a neighborhood meeting on this particular project.
Councilwoman Johnson, for this project, because it was a modification of an already approved plan development, it did not, under the neighborhood meeting requirements of the UDC, trigger a neighborhood meeting. With that said, when we get to our 3:30 meeting, the applicant may have had a voluntary meeting, but I'll have to defer to her.
To clarify, the applicant did, and I was there.
They did. So how could somebody tell me how many notices were sent out and how are they selected to be notified of that meeting?
Assuming that this voluntary meeting followed the rules of the zoning code that apply to mandatory meetings, the notice requirements are identical to those requirements for the Land Use Control Board and, where applicable, this body. It's a 500-foot boundary from the subject site, plus the known neighborhood associations, plus the council, the district council person, plus the 3 super district council people.
Okay, so you do not know how many were sent out?
I could that is in our staff report. If again, assuming it followed the land use control board notice, let's see. Mr. Chairman, if we come back, I will have that
I appreciate that.
very shortly.
Thank you, Chair. That's my information. I'd like to know who was actually notified of the change, proposed. for that meeting.
Outstanding. We'll get to that, and I believe the applicant, not the appellee, is listening to this call. Yeah, no, the appellee, the applicant is listening, and she should come up with that. Let's keep moving. Councilman Carlisle, you're recognized.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry, I got about full food. I do see a comment in the side that says 40 notices were mailed on July 10, 2020. Josh, my question is, sorry, go ahead.
I hold my remarks till later this evening. Thank you.
I've got several questions for the applicant, but I've got one technical question. What, and this is engineering and plan development, but out on Quince Road, we can bring that overhead back. Out on Quince Road, it looks like that's a full movement entrance and access, ingress egress.
Correct.
Yeah, I don't love that. That's not going to fly. I mean, people run late to work coming off of Linfield could try and circumvent the light by looping off that shoulder and then try to make a quick left across traffic. So, well, I'm talking just, I'm fine with the Linfield ingress egress. It's far enough away from the light. It's not as much traffic, but Quince is fast. And if this gets approved, and they're not going to like this, but that's going to, in my opinion, I think that's going to need to be a pork chop. And that's just for my colleagues, that's a right entrance in, right entrance out. That prevents somebody from wanting to come off of Quince and make a left across 4 or 5 lanes of traffic. Even though it's a pretty far distance away from the light, it's, God bless Memphis drivers, but I can see that being problematic. And so to utilize the light and take that left turn off of Quince, I think would be a safe move and not affect the value or the ingress and egress of the property. Josh, you have a comment to that? Do you think that's problematic?
It's not for me. And when we get downstairs, I have jotted down where and how that could be phrased in the resolution.
Okay. Again, I mean, I'm happy to hear from Manny if there was an engineering comment on it and take it into consideration, but just looking at it on the fly, abundantly safe a pork chop would work there. I will reserve the rest of my comments for this evening because, like Councilwoman Johnson, I've gotten, as I think a lot of my colleagues, a lot of comments from the neighbors, and I'd like to hear from them and the applicant. So with that, I yield back.
All right, thank you very much. There being no other members in the queue, and I'm not seeing any waving of hands seeking to be recognized. I assume you're ready to vote. The motion on the floor is to send this to full council with no recommendations. Been moved properly second. Let's go to a roll call.
Councilman Canale.
Yes.
Thank you. Councilman Carlisle.
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
No.
Councilman Ford.
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson.
No.
Councilman Jones.
No.
Councilwoman Logan.
No.
Councilman Morgan.
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson.
No. No.
Thank you. Councilman Smiley.
No, sir.
Councilwoman Swearingen.
No.
Councilman Warren.
I'm just confirming that a yes vote is backing the appeal. Is that correct?
No, a yes vote simply sends this to council with no recommendation, not good nor bad. It just simply sends it forward.
Okay, yes.
Chair Colette.
And I am a yes. The motion to send with no recommendation fails. Is there another motion to be made?
So moved to send it to council with negative recommendation.
Second.
Smiley moves, Swearingen seconds to send with a negative recommendation. Not seeing any members in the queue. Roll call.
Mr. Chair, just for clarification,
Yes.
a negative recommendation is in favor of the development.
Correct. Josh, do you wish to opine on this? Because I mean, the way you explained it, but I thought you were more also speaking to full council. In this case, I had a motion simply to offer a negative recommendation. So so I would think a yes vote's actually in favor of a negative recommendation. Is that the case?
Well, what's before you is an appeal of the approval. So there's a lot of double negatives here. So a yes vote would be a motion is either made to support that appeal or to not support that appeal. I think that's how the motion should probably be phrased.
I'm open to suggestions on how to phrase that motion, sir.
Council Wade, Attorney Wade, I'm sorry.
Is Attorney Wade on the call?
Chairman?
Who's that?
Canale?
Go.
We're wasting a lot of time on this. We haven't heard from either side yet. Can we just move on? I mean, we haven't heard an argument on either side.
I withdraw my motion.
Withdraw the motion. May I please have another motion to send with no recommendation?
So moved without objection.
Been moved. I see a second. Is there any objection to just sending it with no recommendation? Done. Moving on to item 3. All right, item 3 is SUP 20-06, Camilla Street and Union Avenue. Can I get a motion to send it with no recommendation?
So moved, Canale.
Second.
All right, Canale and Warren. Josh, give us a quick presentation.
Well, Mr. Chairman, we'll end off with an easy one. This case went to the Lanes Control Board with no opposition at the time and continues to have no opposition. We're looking on the screen here at the north side of Union between Camilla and I-240. The proposal is to tear down and rebuild a hotel at this location. This new facility would encumber not only what is today an Akano Lodge and in the past was a La Quinta Inn, but also the front parcel, if you recall, it was a Denny's several years ago. And the resolution would be conditioned upon this site plan. The significant difference here is that the building will be placed closer to Camilla, but essentially the same L-shaped pattern. So this is a request for a special use permit for a hotel. And when you rebuild and tear down an old hotel, the previous special use permit needs to come back to City Council, which is why it's before you. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll relinquish the floor.
Thank you very much. I don't see any members in the queue with a question of staff. I see Martavius. Councilman Jones, you wish to be recognized?
Yes, sir. Just a quick question. Do we have a flag? Has that been announced yet?
Yes, sir.
Okay, I see it. I see it in the notes. A 4-story dual brand Marriott hotel.
Thank you. Yes.
Thanks.
I recommend Councilman Jones that when we get to full council, we ask our usual questions of rates and no more than one room in 24 hours, that kind of thing. All right, thumbs up on that. Seeing nobody else in the queue, I offer to send this down by acclamation with no recommendation. Is there any objection to that? Hearing none, going once. All right, that item goes down without a recommendation. Item 4 is a resolution approving an honorary street name change of Alice Drive between East Range Road and Shirley Drive for Bishop William S. Wright Sr. I believe, Mr. Councilman Ford, is this your motion?
Yes, sir.
All right, I have a motion. Councilman Ford, is there a second? Who seconded?
Robinson?
Robinson seconds. It's been moved, properly seconded. I don't think y'all need a presentation or anything. Is there any objection to going to a vote? I see no one in the queue. Seeing nobody in the queue, is there any objection to unanimously sending this down with a positive recommendation? Hearing no objection, goes downstairs with a positive recommendation. All right, we're to the big one. Item 5 is a resolution of the Memphis City Council requesting the Land Use Control Board to officially rename Poplar Avenue between Front Street and Danny Thomas Boulevard as Black Lives Matter Avenue, thereby recognizing the worth of Black lives within a society that has historically devalued Black life. Black life. There's a request for same night minutes. Can I get a motion in a second, please? Easter Thomas moves it. Who seconded it?
Jones.
Jones. It's been moved and properly seconded. Council Lady, would you like to read your full resolution into the record, please?
I won't read the full, but I'll read part of it, if that's okay.
Perfectly fine.
Okay. Thank you, Chair. So to reiterate from Chairman Covett, this is a resolution of Memphis City Council requesting the Land Use Control Board to officially rename Poplar Avenue between Front Street and Danny Thomas Boulevard as Black Lives Matter Avenue, thereby recognizing the worth of Black lives within a society that has historically devalued Black life. Whereas the vestiges of 246 years of legalized slavery, followed by 100 years of separate but unequal Jim Crow era legislation and court rulings, persist within our culture, its laws and institutions, leading to the continued harm of Black communities in the form of present-day discrimination and violence. And whereas Black Lives Matter is a rallying cry and social movement, merely affirming the human worth of Black lives within a society that has historically devalued Black life. Whereas in response to said local, national, and international calls for reform, and in recognition of the work presently required within our city, the Memphis City Council strongly believes that a major thoroughfare should be officially renamed to reflect the significance of the historical events to Memphis, recognizing the importance of the paradigm shift as an opportunity to learn more about the past for a purpose of better understanding the need for an improved future, and securing the observance of a statement that for too long has evaded our basic treatment of men, women, and children because of their skin color. Whereas the city of Memphis now has the opportunity to become a leader in the movement to achieve community-based reform in light of our past ills, let us find unity in establishing a new street name, one that serves an eternal reminder of the need to ensure equity for all, both present and future, on a section of public street within proximity to our area's voting commission, jury commission, and criminal justice center. No less, each institution where the clarion call Black Lives Matter should ring loud and clear. This is sponsored by myself, Councilwoman Michael Easter Thomas, Councilwoman Cheyenne Johnson, Councilwoman Patrice Robinson, Councilwoman Jamita Swearingen, Councilman Martavius Jones, Councilman J.B. Smiley Jr., Councilman Edmund Ford Sr., and Councilman Dr. Jeff Warren.
All right.
Council, can I have 2 more minutes?
Yeah, please go.
All right, thank you. Council, and for the general public listening, this resolution is requesting to permanently rename Poplar Avenue between Front and Danny Thomas to reflect the words Black Lives Matter Avenue. I present this resolution along with the resolution's co-sponsors in this committee for approval because it is due time for the lives of Black people to be fully protected, valued, and seen. This is but a small gesture, but one that should send an impactful message to all city leaders saying you can no longer ignore what is required of you. And to those on the outside looking at Memphis, the message says we value Black lives here. When selecting a location, we have to keep in mind that the majority of Poplar Avenue is a highway. A highway is something that leads you directly to your destination. But I would like to argue that the beginning of Poplar is also a highway of some sort because it leads Black people directly to destination, some from which they cannot escape. Our criminal justice center, referred to as 201, houses individuals in need of equity in policing, education, housing, bail reform, and for the rights of the accused. We cannot ignore them any longer. Our jury commission helps determine the destination of Black lives. It determines their future. Our voting commission determines our leaders, and we need all elected officials to be accountable in this city to Black lives, the majority of Memphis. This statement, representing its statement saying Black Lives Matter, needs to be clear and permanent. If you cannot change the face of the issue, how can we begin to look at the issue head on? I ask you for your support.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much. Patrice, Chair Lady Robinson, you're in the queue. You're up.
As one of the co-sponsors of this resolution, and I think it is today, our conversations have been dynamite and on point, especially in the committee where we created a committee to look at issues like this. But I'd like to just offer a friendly amendment. And when I was asked to sign on as a co-sponsor, I thought this was an awesome idea. And as I got phone calls and on Friday, John Lewis passed, I had another thought and I wanted to share that today. This is just a friendly amendment, and the amendment was written by our own Councilwoman Easter Thomas. And I ask that we consider what I feel would be an even more symbolic location, a location that once paid homage to a Confederate general who symbolized an opposing viewpoint that Black lives matter. I would offer that the former Nathan Bickford Forest Park is more appropriate site as a demonstration of the strong message that is resonating in our community and across the country. And if you visit the park, you see where it's already been painted as a mural on the sidewalk, Black Lives Matter. I would offer as a friendly amendment, renaming Walnut Street between Madison Avenue and Union Avenue as Black Lives Matter Plaza. Additionally, I would offer that we consider renaming the same stretch of Poplar Avenue in honor of the tireless work of Representative John Lewis, or since we have a committee, another notable figure in the civil rights movement, or some local champion of equality in our community. For the same stretch of Poplar Avenue, we already have a committee set forth, and I so move.
Okay.
I'm confused.
Time. I have a friendly amendment offered in essence to change BLM from Poplar, Danny Thomas in front, to Wallace and Union in front of Forest Park.
From Union, between Union and Madison on Walnut Street.
Okay. Okay. Gotcha. Just want to make sure we're clear on that. Part two. This was offered as a friendly amendment. So to the maker of the motion, Council Lady Easter Thomas, do you accept the friendly amendment?
Chairman, no, I don't accept the friendly amendment just on the point of, I think that a BLM plaza would be a good consideration for the committee, as well as a street for John Lewis or someone else that fought for equality. But I think that the same reasons for having Black Lives Matter there on that stretch of Poplar is that we all need to be fighting for equality, as John Lewis died fighting and he was not able to live up to that. I think that we all have work to do.
Council Lady, hang up on 1 second. You're getting into debate. First things first. All right, you object to the friendly amendment. I have an amendment on the floor. Do I have a second for that amendment? Going once.
I second it.
I got Ford on a second to this amendment. So we go into debate on the amendment, which as Chair Lady just explained. Now we'll go into debate. Now I only hear debate on this amendment. So I'm still going to stay in the queue. Council Lady Johnson, do you wish to discuss the amendment?
Yes.
You're recognized.
Thank you so much. I think what I've just heard, two different individuals, both speaking on a topic I think that we can all relate to. And rather than necessarily going and amending Mrs. Thomas' resolution, why don't we just pick it up and send it to the committee that we had formed earlier today and let them address it and come back with a recommendation? They may just as well come back and recommend Poplar after a presentation before the committee. But I thought we spent the time and the energies and the effort just to get that done today. And now we're here again trying to make a decision about a committee that we formed to help us make decisions. So I would like to see us just turn the whole situation over, this resolution and recommendation, to the committee that we established earlier, and not necessarily amend it, but just send it forward. That's my amendment. Thank you for the opportunity.
I second that.
Wait a minute. Before I amend my amendment, may I respectfully request that I have several members in the queue that wish to speak. Before you offer that amendment, may I recognize those members, and then we can debate the merits of that. Or if you're just insisting on amending the amendment, I'll proceed forward. What is your pleasure?
Amending the amendment.
All right. Okay. And just as a reminder, unless I am mistaken, we only get one amendment of an amendment. So I have a motion to amend the amendment to basically send all this to committee that we just created. Do I understand that correctly? Give me a thumbs up. All right. Do I have a proper second on that? I got a second. I got a second from Canale. All right. So we're still in a queue, and we're only debating the amendment of the amendment to send this to committee. So I'm now to Smiley. Councilman Smiley, you're recognized.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chair, for recognizing me. So let me ask a question before I speak. First, I'm trying to better understand Chairwoman Robinson's amendment. I think I understand. So can someone say yes if I got it right, or no if I'm completely off base? Chairwoman Robinson suggested that that Councilwoman Easter Thomas' proposal to have BLM Avenue in the current stretch of Poplar be changed to a location on Union. Do I understand that correctly? Okay. And then there was two more additions to addendums to the amendment, which was to create a Black Lives Matter Plaza, will be the old Nathan Bedford Forest Park. And then the other amendment was to honor the legend himself, John Lewis. And I wasn't sure about in what capacity and how would we do that and where would it be? Can someone answer that question?
May I answer?
Sure, recognized.
Okay, So there are two things that you asked. The street over there where the park is would be called Black Lives Matter
Okay.
Plaza. And then the street for John Lewis would be that same stretch of street that we want to, that's in the current resolution for Black Lives Matter. That's on
Okay.
Poplar.
Okay. All right. Okay. Then Councilwoman Johnson wants to send all of this to the committee. Okay. Okay. All right. So I understand where we are now. Okay. So I'm gonna just briefly address both, and then kind of just try to sum it up as quickly as possible. I'm actually all on board, well, not on board, partially on board with Chairwoman Robinson's proposal, because I believe that John Lewis is one of those figures that the world is better because he lived. And when you have someone so impactful, I do believe they need to be recognized. And what I would suggest, I'm not offering an amendment, what I would suggest is the area in which Chairwoman Robinson proposed to name BLM Avenue, I would say that's a perfect place, and that's a perfect person to replace someone who fought against equality. So I would suggest that John Lewis be honored in the same area that Nathan Bedford Forrest once stood. And I will say that, and sending it into the committee. I think this council kind of understands my position when we talk about sending things to the committee. But what I will suggest and will put forth before this body would be something like this. For far too long, Black people have been told to wait. Justice will come at some point for Black folk. For far too long, Black people have been told to go to the back of the bus. For far too long, we've been pushing and kicking the can down for Black people to get what they deserve, which is to be treated fair and equitable. What we are proposing today is simply telling Black folks, your time for justice should be delayed. I cannot fathom why people, particularly in the city of Memphis, would want to delay what's due. We shouldn't be kicking the can down the road. This body, the 13 members of this body were duly elected to represent the people in this city. A city that is predominantly Black. You're trying to tell the city that is predominantly Black that we shouldn't be honoring and respecting and valuing Black lives. We want to kick the can down the road. We shouldn't be kicking the can down the road. We are well capable, well able to make an informed decision at this point. It just troubles me when Black people, white people, every ethnicity can't value what's being done here. We shouldn't be kicking the can down the road. What we should be doing is voting on the resolution that Councilwoman Easter Thomas has proposed. But I am all for bringing in John Lewis in this, bringing in a joint Representative Lewis Plaza or Black Lives Matter Plaza, but to send it to a committee to delay it, that's telling Black people to wait. Justice not coming today. That's telling Black people justice is going to come maybe years down the road, maybe 12 months down the road. But we don't know when it's going to come. But what we do know is this body has the authority, has the ability to vote on it today. So what I'm saying is, don't tell Pookie down the street, don't tell my nephew, don't tell my father who's 74 years old, don't tell every elder in this village to wait. Stop telling us to wait. I'm tired. I am tired of people telling us to wait for justice. We shouldn't be waiting for justice. When I decided to run for this office, people told me to wait. We're not waiting anymore. We have the ability to do what we can right now. We stop waiting. It's not time to wait. It's not time to send it to committee. It's time to vote today. So what I'm asking each and every one of you, each and every one of my colleagues, don't tell us to wait anymore. We've been waiting for far too long. We endured the most. So don't tell us to wait. do what's right and vote for this today, not tomorrow. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. We still have multiple members in the queue, and we have a very robust executive session. Obviously, if you wish to speak, you're certainly more than welcome to. But if we could kind of keep an eye on the time, it's just a request.
I
Councilman
need
Warren.
to make a correction. Wait, before you finish the conversation, Mr. Covet, staff said that I gave the wrong stretch on Madison. They said that the street is not Walnut, it is, let me make sure, it's Manassas, because they wrote it this morning. Thank you. Yes, thank you.
All right, thank you. That, your First Amendment has been clarified. We still sit on the amendment of the amendment. Dr. Warren, you're recognized.
Thank you. The stretch on Poplar is home to our church. And it's also home to First Methodist Church. I don't think it's me. Is that me? No, I don't think so. It's also home to First Methodist Church, and we have Reverend Andy Rambo, who's on here. I can tell you for a fact that my church is in favor of considering of making that Black Lives Matter stretch boulevard. And I see a lot of reasons why that is a really good thing to do, because everyone who goes to court, everyone who goes to jail, if they think about where they are, Black lives have to matter there, because that's where they're most at risk in our system for years and years. However, I definitely understand our Patrice's, our Councilwoman, Chairwoman's recommendation that we actually have a committee do this. One of the things that I'm worried about, and that it's not kicking the can down the road for Representative Smiley, is that to get community buy-in and to have people actually understand what we're doing it with one meeting with 79 minutes, I think sometimes hurts us. And what we need to do is to bring it out, have discussion, have a robust discussion, and then have uniformity in how we're going to actually do these things. So I would like to ask Reverend Rambo to speak, and then I'll come back after this. Reverend Rambo, are you there?
Councilman Warren, it is, of course, your privilege to have Reverend Andy speak. I, of course, have had Reverend Rambo come give us the invocation to council. He's a good friend. But might I make a suggestion at this point? You can always save that for the full discussion to council if you so choose. And again,
Mr. Chair, we'll save that and bring it back if it's not enough.
All right. Andy, I appreciate it, my friend. We'll see you at 3:30.
All right. Thank you.
I see nothing further from Councilman Warren. Council Lady Logan, you're up.
Yes, thank you, Chair McCovet. I just wanted to say that I am in support of the amendment. I thank Councilwoman Easter Thomas for bringing all of this to light and putting this on the table. However, Councilwoman, Chairwoman amendment does give us the opportunity to name the street after someone who has been proven. His passing, his work is finished. Black Lives Matter is an ongoing thing that is ever evolving, and we haven't seen the end result. It has evolved from where it started. Black Lives do matter as a statement, and I am in total support of all things that support that. But it's tied to the organization is where my concern is because of the different turns that it takes. But tying it to, as Chairwoman Robinson said this morning, is exactly the essence of what the resolution speaks to, and I, really appreciate the opportunity to support it through that amendment. And just wanted to put that out there, and thank you, Chairwoman, and thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas, for bringing all of this to light, because our lives do matter. And as Councilman Smiley said, in this city, there has to be that at the forefront. And I think that amendment gives everyone an opportunity, those that oppose it as well as those that are for it, gives us all an opportunity to buy into it. And with that, I yield back.
All right. Thank you, Council Lady Logan. Council members, we're bumping up against time. So if there's no objection, Councilman Jones, Council Lady Johnson has a question, and I believe Councilman Smiley wants back in the queue. And why don't we limit it to that if at all possible? But obviously you can change. So we'll go to Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The only comments that I'll provide is I think that we can operate on parallel paths. I don't think that the resolution that was presented earlier today absolves us or prevents us from our authority to change that. And so I think that even a year from now or 2 years from now, after the work of this committee has been completed, that the council, when it sees fit, still will have an opportunity to change some of those names. So I see what we're doing right now is just exercising the rights that we have by being duly elected representatives of the city of Memphis and exercising the what would be the will to change the particular street. I think that there are a number of individuals that are filling and others that are fitting of being honored with perhaps with a name change. And I think that that's some of the work that come out of the committee, that can come out of the committee. However, I don't think that we should delegate all of our authority, and just because we're in the process of forming a committee, that we thrust everything, including this issue, upon the committee. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Councilman Jones. Council Lady Johnson, you have a question?
Not a question so much as a comment. I hear everybody speaking. Justice is our duty to vote in accordance to how our constituents ask us to vote. This is also our responsibility to listen to them. They have asked for an opportunity to voice their opinion about what they think, where the street name should go, if there's a possibility of other alternative names. And I think that we need to take this opportunity and allow them to buy into the concept, everybody working together. I don't think anyone is opposed to a name, but quite a few have voiced opposition to where it's being located. Some of them do not like it because of its so-called affiliation with the Black Lives Matter organization. Individuals would like to have a voice. A lot of times things happen with this council and the public is just not given ample time to digest it and get involved with it. The next thing they know, we recommended and it was voted upon. So I just think that if we had an opportunity to send it to committee or form a separate committee, this is major for Memphis. This is important. We know it'll be recognized worldwide. So why not give everybody an opportunity to give their opinions about it and see, can we work out maybe another location, maybe the same location. But I think people should have an opportunity to voice their opinion. I got plenty of emails and phone calls, so I know people have opinions. Thank you again.
Thank you, Council Lady. Councilman Smiley, why don't you close us out?
I will do my best. Colleagues, I hear you. And I think Councilwoman Easter Thomas hears you as well, and every individual who signed on is a co-sponsor. You're right. We should listen to the people. We should value their thoughts. We should value their opinions, and we should also give them due consideration. But what I will say is this: maybe this is a situation where we Councilwoman Easter Thomas could potentially take it off, say 9 minutes. But if you are scared or apprehensive about saying you support Black people, if you are unwilling to say Black Lives Matter, just let that be known. But if you're in the position and you're of the opinion that Black lives should be valued as it relates to every institution, every individual person who has been treated wrong by the criminal justice system, every individual who has had an opportunity to travel down that stretch of Poplar I think what would be prudent for us to do today, and this council has so much power, so much authority. I think we should be voting on this today, but I'm not opposed to taking it off from say 9 minutes. I wouldn't oppose it. But what I would suggest is that this council makes a statement and say, we believe this is where it should go. We believe that Black Lives Matter. And we take, 2 weeks time or 3 weeks time until this body convenes again and hear from the people that we're supposed to be listening to. But I don't think this is a situation we should be punting it down the road. Black folks have been waiting for a long time for a situation where we were not only in power, but respected. And this is a constant reminder to every child, my future children, and any of our colleagues' future children that, Black folks matter in this city. Black folks are welcome in this city, but not just Black people. But this should be, this conversation is about making everyone feel included and respected. And thank you so much. I yield.
Thank you, Councilman Smiley. Just heads up, Councilwoman Logan, your mic is hot. Okay, I have Council Lady Easter Thomas wishes back in the queue. Just a friendly reminder, we're on a short clock.
Thank you, Chair. If we do, just a clarifying question, if this discussion on this committee item is halted after I'm done talking, then where does it go next? What happens next?
Chair Lady needs to double check me, but as I understand it, let's say for the purposes of argument that the amendment of the amendment to send all this to the committee passes, okay? Or heck, I guess all of it. That goes to the full council. Chair Lady, do I understand that correctly? So it'll come back to the full council at 3:30 and we'll vote on it again, I guess, as amended or amended or the original. So in simplistic terms, whatever we end up doing goes to full council.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I just want to make sure that I reiterate that I object to both amendments on the premise of that this is something that we may not have had direct. Well, I've had a lot of calls on both sides about it, emails, and I'm sure you have too. Asking about the citizens on where they would want, or if they even want, a Black Lives Matter avenue. However, we in these institutions have been speaking and have been making our points clear about what we care about and what we prioritize through the voting commission, through our jury commission, through our courts, and through our criminal justice system. This isn't a comfortable conversation. It isn't meant to be. But when we think of how to make it more comfortable, that's when we get in trouble. And that's when we tend to ignore the red flags and the issues in which we really need to be prioritizing and focusing on, so that we can really try to change some things that people such as Congressman John Lewis, Reverend C.T. Vivian, have been working their whole lives tirelessly to do. And as I just said earlier on that, if it's this hard to agree on a street placement, then the institutions that lay on that stretch of the street are in dire trouble. I yield, Chair.
Thank you very much. Council Lady Logan has a point of clarification. Councilman Smiley has a question of Josh, and Ed Ford at this point is going to close us out. So I'll recognize Council Lady Logan for a point of clarification.
The vote is on the Second Amendment, or when is the vote on the First Amendment?
Okay.
Friendly amendment.
If I understand it correctly, it wasn't friendly. If I understand correctly, we have an amendment of an amendment to basically send all of this to the committee that we just created. If it passes, that's what goes to council. If it fails, we go back to the original amendment, which is Chair Lady Robinson's amendment, vote on that. If that passes, that goes to council. If it fails, then I go back to the original. unless Brooke or Alan Wade wants to correct me, but I think the simplest answer at this point is we're voting on amendment of an amendment to send this all to the committee.
If we could ask Chairwoman Robinson, if she were making a motion to add hers, we would vote on hers first. She declined the friendly amendment. She was making a motion, so we should go to Chairwoman Robinson's motion first.
Well, but then I got an amendment of an amendment from Council Lady Johnson to send it all to committee. And that's the last amendment of the amendment I heard, and that's the precedence. Is that not correct?
No, we need to dispose of Robinson's first because hers was already on the floor, as was the motion for the item on the agenda as is. So she was
let me
making a
correct
motion
you.
to amend. Go ahead, sorry.
Let me correct you. We can only have 2 amendments on the floor at a time. Once you have a first amendment, then if you have a second amendment, you have to deal with them in reverse order. The second amendment gets voted on, then the first amendment, and then the main motion.
So to clarify,
you did it correct, Frank.
You were right, Frank.
That's what I thought. That's what I thought. All right. So Counselor has spoken. We're voting on the amendment of the amendment to send it to committee, squared away, and then we'll go back to Chair Lady Robinson's if that amendment fails. Okay. Clear enough. We'll go to Councilman Smiley. Quick question of Josh.
Hey, Josh, you with me?
Yes, sir.
Good question. So, as I understand, Councilwoman Easter Thomas's resolution is essentially calling for the street name to be changed. But even if we call for it, it still goes to land use, and land use would have an opportunity for public comment, correct?
That's correct.
So, in essence, Councilwoman Easter Thomas still gives this body an opportunity and give the land use opportunity to hear from the people, correct?
The Land Use Control Board would hold a public hearing, and then it would only come back to y'all if appealed by somebody.
Absolutely. Okay, so just to reiterate one more time for all of everyone who's listening and some of my colleagues if they may missed it. We vote today. Land Use Control Board will still have public comment. In that way, everyone in the community who wishes to opine on this will have an opportunity to voice their pleasure or displeasure with this current resolution. And it will come back to council for another vote if it's appealed. Am I correct? Okay, thank you.
Yes, from Josh. All right. We're going to close out. Councilman Ford, you recognize.
Appreciate you. Look, there's a question that I need to ask. I have no problem with renaming the street. Councilwoman Robinson, Miss Easter Thomas. Josh, I got to ask this particular question. Now, Poplar Avenue, that's a state highway. Do you have to go through the state?
I believe this. I believe this section of the roadway is not a state highway. The state highway begins further to the east, but even if it were a state highway, the local narrative name has no effect on the numerical designation by the state. So we, the city, have complete control over the local verbiage on a street name. And then they have.
I'm asking that when they changed Martin Luther King, okay? There was quite a few things that we had to go through in order to get that done. So I mean, I'm quite sure we would have to do the same thing, right?
We would notify MLGW as the address makers of the city of Memphis. We notify them, and then they notify the post office once approved. So we didn't directly deal with the state. I believe it was the MLGW reassigned all the addresses.
Martin Luther King, you wouldn't have had to, but that's why I'm saying Poplar Avenue, you know, is a little bit different from where Martin Luther King, that was Linden, that was not anything to do with it, but there was other rules, regulations that they had to follow in order to get that changed. They just didn't change it to Martin Luther King, okay? Yeah. That's the question that I'm asking, because I don't want us to do something and then you come back and say, well, we need to do this, you know. But we need to change one of these areas. But we want to do it the right way, and maybe that's the reason why we may need to send it to committee to make sure that, hey, we got all I's dotted, T's crossed. I'm through. I appreciate you.
All right, very good. There are no other members in the queue, so I'm calling the vote to clarify. This is an amendment of an amendment to send all street name changes to this new committee that we've created today in simplistic form. So a yes vote sends it to committee. A no vote basically takes us back to the First Amendment. Squared away? Call the roll.
Councilman Canale,
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle,
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas,
No.
is she frozen?
She's a no.
No.
Councilman
I
Easter
said no.
Thomas?
She's a no vote.
No.
Okay,
No.
thank you. Councilman Ford,
Yes.
Councilwoman Johnson,
Yes.
Councilman Jones,
No.
Councilwoman Logan,
Abstain.
Councilman Morgan,
Yes.
Councilwoman Robinson,
Yes.
Councilman Smiley,
No, sir.
Councilwoman Swearingen,
No.
Councilman Warren,
Yeah.
Chair Colvett.
Yes. That item passes. There being no further business, unless I'm mistaken, no further business from this committee, we stand adjourned. Staff will get us set for our executive session. And I want to thank everybody for being very, very respectful and, of course, not killing the messenger.
Good job, Chair Colvett. Good job.
Thank you for.
Councilwoman Robinson, give me 1 minute to switch over.
Say hello.
Madam Chair.
Woman, we're ready.
Good afternoon. This is the executive session of the Memphis City Council, July 21st, 2020. We have, I think, 6 items on our agenda today. I'm asking that everyone please keep in mind that you probably need to reduce your presentations because we have to give staff at least 15 minutes to prepare for our 3:30 meeting. One is, would you please call the roll?
Councilman Canale,
Here.
Carlisle,
Present.
Over. Mr. Thomas.
Present.
Ford. Johnson.
Present.
Jones.
Here.
Logan.
Present.
Morgan.
Here.
Smiley.
I'm present.
Orangen.
Present.
Warren.
Present.
Chair Robinson.
Present. Thank you. Before we get into our business of the executive session, I'd like to pause a minute for just a moment of silence in honor of several people in our community, as well as powerful voices for civil rights and change, and the legacies they have left, which will serve as examples to generations to come. The first person is off-duty firefighter Mac Bunn, Teamsters Union Representative John Edward Bradsher, he was called Big John, Reverend C.T. Vivian, and the Honorable Representative John Lewis. Thank you. The Memphis City Council extends our warmest sympathy to each of these families. Our first item today is I am included. I, Griffin, are you prepared for your presentation? And let's make it as quick as possible. Thank you.
Thank you, I'm going to give my time to and that would be Miss Stephanie Jones.
Okay. Thank you. Please turn your mic off. Stephanie Jones, you have the floor.
Okay.
Is Stephanie Jones on the call? Staff, is she having problems? So I need to move on to the next presentation.
She was on the call. She's on the call, Chairwoman.
Ms. Jones, will you please unmute your mic?
Chairwoman, Griffith should be on the call also, and he can make the presentation and introduce this item.
Okay.
Councilwoman Robinson, I apologize for the technical difficulties. Welcome to the hazards of being in a virtual setting at all times. I wish to thank you all for allowing us to speak concerning the I Am Included program. We got to hear a couple of the minutes of your committee meetings. And what we just heard was that first and foremost, you all are concerned about making sure that everyone in the city of Memphis is included. And that's what the I Am Included programs did for the summer youth program. For the first time, funding that you all provided the Office of Youth Services was able to provide training, not only for children with disabilities, but also in children in sections of the community that may not have been thought of before. I have with us today Assistant Chief Deidre Bridgeforth to talk about how the I Am Included programs helped hurt detainees in the juvenile detention system.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Ms. Jones, and thank you, committee.
I just wanted to mention that this service was offered to the youth at the detention center, and they were so appreciative. They participated very well, and they were very engaged to this style of learning. They responded well to the learning style because it was not intimidating. It wasn't intimidating. Were very relational to the youth, and the youth really accepted and appreciated the advice that was given to them. And I just want the committee to know that the Sheriff's Office supports the program and would like to see this service continued for the youth in the detention center. Thank you.
Thank you for that presentation. Council members, do you have any questions? I don't see anyone in the queue. We'll now go to item number 2, and that's FedEx. And our presenter today will be Mance Atchison. Mance,
good evening. Good evening. I want to just first thank Councilwoman Robinson and the committee, the council, for this opportunity to make this brief presentation. I want to just take just a few minutes. As you all know, that FedEx is the largest employer in the city of Memphis. And right now we're preparing for what we call peak season. I have 500 jobs available. I started FedEx when I was 18 years old. That was 40 years ago. I just celebrated my 40th year at FedEx. And I started in the Memphis World Hub as a package handler. And now I'm a corporate recruiter for the company. The process does work. You know, people, we talk about the Memphis World Hub. People say hub, that's where they throw boxes. Well, we don't throw boxes, we handle packages. But however, to be a part of FedEx, in the Memphis World Hub, you have ramp agents, service agents.
The final subject is for the engineering division, and I copied Alex on there. And he said, Director, I'm still working on my list. Please review the snapshot of the project. They're
Mr. Belen, please turn your mic off.
I know.
Okay, I'm sorry, Mr. Atchison.
Okay, we're back. Okay, so you have a plethora of jobs in the Memphis World Hub. We have managers that are 25, 26 years old that's making $60,000, $70,000 a year, but it's a part of the process. What I'm here today to do, I would like to be a part of the city council districts. I want to offer FedEx opportunities to every city council district in Memphis, and that is getting people in the door of FedEx, getting them employed. These are permanent jobs with full-time benefits, health care, 401k, retirement, 75% off your flights. We have 2 free health clinics. It just really doesn't make sense not to do it. And as I said, right now I have 500 jobs available. I think I put up my personal email address. I'd like to come into every city council district to offer FedEx opportunities so that we can put resources back. I call it hope and opportunity. We can put it back into the community, get our people working at what I call one of the greatest companies in America. So I'm just trying to, you know, scale my presentation down and just give you the heart of what I really want to do and be a part of, and to get into the community and into your district so that you may be able to offer these opportunities to your people.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Atchison. If we have any questions, we'll forward them to you. We appreciate your service to the community.
Thank you for this time.
You're quite welcome. I don't see anyone in the queue. We have item number 3. It's a public safety recruitment presentation, and it's my understanding that Chief Alex Smith and Mayor Strickland will be making this presentation. Mayor Strickland.
So Mayor Strickland had an urgent matter, and so I'll be speaking on his behalf. We will be yielding our time to Dr. Richard Janikowski to share some insights related to a recently done staffing study for MPD, helping us to understand what are the appropriate complement needed for the Memphis Police Department. And so I want to pass it to Dr. Janikowski, who is there, the administrator, and if Ashley Booker, we can give him share privileges, he can share his presentation for the council.
Thank you, Dr. Janikowski. You have the floor.
Thank you. Let's see if I can make this work the way it's supposed to. Okay, it does not want to share the screen. Share. To move this.
You could go up to the top on the slideshow portion and make it slideshow so we can go full screen.
I think we've got it now.
Yes, sir, there it is.
A little technology challenge here. We are in the process of completing the staffing study for the Memphis Police Department. As you see, that there were certain study assumptions. The first one being that the Memphis Police Department will remain a full service department. That seems to be the city's commitment and the department's commitment. Second, that MPD is committed to implementing the principles that were identified in the 21st Century Policing Report. And third, that MPD remains committed to continuing to infuse community policing throughout the department. We would stress that community policing is a department-wide philosophy and approach to policing. Thus, while COP, which was initiated under Director Armstrong, is a good start, the philosophy and the approach of community policing needs to be expanded and should be expanded through the entire department. Our approach in doing the study was to use two major approaches. The first one was to look at comparative cities, to identify cities comparable to Memphis on a number of sociodemographic variables. And that is a section that Dr. Betts has been responsible for. Second, adapting the International Association of Chiefs of Police obligated patrol workload model, which has become the accepted model for understanding police staffing. And then third, identifying span of control issues and modeling what the number of first-line supervisors that will be needed with new recruits. And fourth, identifying staffing needs in at least two major divisions, investigative services and special operations. If we look at the comparative cities approach, one of the things we want to stress is the importance of selecting appropriate comparative cities. We've noted a number of times in the past that Seattle is often used as a city to which Memphis is compared. I would note that the average calls for service per day by patrol officers in Seattle is 609. Our analysis of the Memphis computer-assisted dispatch data and the officer log data indicates that Memphis responds to approximately more than twice that many. At a minimum, 1,359 calls for service by citizens on an average day. What I'm now going to do is turn it over to Dr. Betts to discuss comparative cities.
Hello, and just want to acknowledge that there are many familiar faces there. Having been involved in a lot of discussions about comparison cities over the years, coming from a community development and economic development perspective, oftentimes Atlanta, Nashville, and Charlotte are held up as aspirational cities. And sometimes that gets translated into comparison cities, such as if the crime rate in Atlanta, Nashville, or Charlotte is coming down, then how do we apply that to Memphis? What I want to point out is that in just about every way that you can look at the demographics of those cities, those are not comparison cities in any way, shape, or form. We used a number of indicators. Our final report will have a lot of detail here on the methodology as to how we arrived at these cities, but the bottom line is that the number one predictor for crime rates is chronic, concentrated neighborhood poverty and neighborhood disinvestment. We started with all cities between 250,000 and 1 million. We used particular statistical indicators to choose the final list of comparison cities, which you'll see includes some of the familiar cities where we're often comparing our issues with neighborhood safety. For example, Baltimore, Detroit, St. Louis are often on that comparison list. But there are some surprises here, from Buffalo, New York, to Stockton, California. Now, let me just note that Stockton ends up being an outlier in that some of the issues that we're going to look at in terms of staffing, what they do with their staffing. They have the city police department, but the state highway patrol and the county are also involved in the city of Stockton, so that the figures on Stockton's staffing are going to be skewed. And of course, that's not something that's going to be very informative for us in the long run. Next slide. The underlying issues having to do with this relationship between concentrated neighborhood poverty and distress are diminished social capital, the existence of a well-established informal economy, and then a social code of the street. In our written report, we go into more detail here. I just want to note that when we talk about community policing and partnerships between police and other neighborhood initiatives, these are the kinds of things that have to be infused in community policing. Memphis is among the top 10 cities, our comparison cities, in terms of concentrated poverty, but Memphis stands out compared to all of the other cities on the list in terms of what we call diffusion of poverty. And by diffusion, we mean that while poverty is concentrated within neighborhoods, the number of those neighborhoods, the expanse of those neighborhoods is diffused throughout a large geography of the city. For example, in the year 2000, 50%, half of the neighborhoods, half of the geography, in essence, of Memphis was composed of neighborhoods of concentrated poverty. Right now, estimated on the most recent data, 75% of the physical territory of Memphis is characterized by concentrated poverty. We're looking at typically between 20 and 40% of the people in this kind of distressed neighborhood being below the official poverty level, and sometimes it's higher than that. Diffusion is unique in Memphis in the sense that we're diffused through over 300 square miles. 315 square miles, I understand, with the de-annexation is what you're looking at now. So 75% of 315 square miles are part of the diffused poverty challenge in Memphis, and that's 230 square miles that would benefit from community policing partnerships. Okay, we're going to cut to the chase. This diffusion of poverty through an expanse of over 300 square miles means that not only do we have 3.1 officers per 1,000 population compared to the average in the other cities of 3.4, but most significantly for the staffing study is that our average officers available per square mile out in the precincts is 6.3 compared to the average officers per square mile in the comparison cities of 19.6. So we don't want to aspire to be more like Baltimore, Detroit, or St. Louis. But if we look at Cincinnati and Cleveland and we say, okay, now their crime, both property and violent crime, is much lower, the factor that immediately pops out is the difference in their officers per square mile. There'll be a lot more on those cities in our final discussion.
We can see a similar pattern if we look at the National Public Safety Partnership cities. Those cities were chosen by the Department of Justice for their high violent crime rates. You can see for cities 500,000 and above of that set of cities, the average officers per square mile is 16.3 compared to Memphis's 6.3. We also want to discuss policing environment. First, the percent change. You can see that as the number of officers in the city of Memphis has declined from the high point of 2011. Violent crime in the city has increased during that period of time. If you actually expanded the chart all the way back, for example, 2001, you'll see the same kind of pattern. The percent change in the number of sworn officers and the violent crime rate is a little more complicated often. If you look at the robbery rate, you'll see that as officers increased, the robbery rate did decrease, and it decreased significantly. But it's also true, we believe, that the use of proactive policing tactics and changes in strategy have managed to keep crime levels in terms of robbery down significantly, even though the number of police officers actually was declining from 2011 onwards. That's because robbery tends to be a rational offender crime, unlike aggravated assault, which tends not to be for the most part. And if you were to look at a similar chart for aggravated assault, you would see during this period of time a 52% increase after 2011 in the number of aggravated assaults. The number of officers also affects the clearance rate, i.e. the solve rate. And there's now substantial research showing the importance of the first responding officers in being able to successfully solve crimes. But it's also clear from the research that the building of community trust and relationships is related to those clearance rates. As to MPD personnel allocation, we want to point out that MPD, in terms of executive and mid-level supervisory personnel, is lean compared to a set of benchmark cities and a set of IACP, the International Association of Chiefs of Police, example cities that are often used. MPD's current executive allocation is less than 1%, while the average for the others is 3.3 to 3.4%. We did a patrol staffing analysis and reached recommendations. We used two data sets to analyze that. The calls for service data that were included in the computerized assisted dispatch system, and because MPD felt that the CAD data actually underreported calls for service officer log data. In using a set of models, we used 6 models to estimate what patrol staffing should be like. And in estimating patrol staffing, we use what's now the IACP generally accepted 30-30-30 model, where 30% of a patrol officer's time should be spent responding to citizen calls for service. That's what's often called obligated time. 30% of the time is spent on administrative items. 30% of the officer's time should be uncommitted. That's where the officer would be able to use time for community policing and proactive initiatives, and then 10% flex time to accommodate any of the core areas. If you look at the summary of the patrol models, it becomes clear that what patrol needs is between 408 and 432 additional patrol officers over the 2019 staffing in patrol. What we found was that approximately 41% of patrol officer time is obligated to simply responding to citizen calls for service. That's substantially more than the 30% recommended in the IACP staffing models. There are implications from the patrol models that we want to address. One of those is the administrative time. Administrative time has been shown through a number of different research projects to basically parallel the patrol officers' obligated time, the time officers spend responding to calls for service. In Memphis, that's particularly aggravated because of distances in the city for travel. Either transportation of prisoners, transportation of victims to services, processing times at the Shelby County Jail. The average round trip mileage from a precinct to the Criminal Justice Center downtown, the Shelby County Jail, is 20 miles. The average processing time at the facility and travel time means it takes about 2 hours to process someone at the Shelby County Jail. That's basically a quarter of an officer's shift. If officers are transporting and working with felony response downtown, it's almost 5 hours, basically more than half of an officer's shift. If we look at other locations, for example, the Mental Health Institute, Juvenile Court, Region 1 Medical Center, Rape Crisis, Child Advocacy, again, the round trip mileages are 18 to 23 miles. Thus, if you start looking at the estimated time MPD patrol has uncommitted, depending on the model you use, it can go from anywhere in 2018, when patrol staffing was a little low, to about 2% available for uncommitted and flex time, to the 2019 patrol staffing level, which allowed for about 18 up to 19.4% instead of 40% for uncommitted and flex time. One of the things we also addressed was first line supervisors. First line supervisors staffing is critical in terms of accountability in general, but in particular in community policing, where first line supervisors have to model the behavior that we want patrol officers to engage in. The PERF, doing a study, the Police Executive Research Forum, found that in general, departments had 1 sergeant to 7 officers as first line supervisors. The city of San Francisco, in doing a staffing study of large California departments, found 1 supervisor to 7.5 officers. In general, it has often been said that the best staffing ratio is 1 to 5 or 1 to 6 in terms of supervisors. In analyzing MPD's staffing, we looked again at a number of different models. We did staffing ratios of 1 supervisor to 5 officers, 1 to 6, 1 to 7, and 1 to 10. We looked at that both in terms of nominal ratios, basically simply how many officers there are per supervisor. But we also calculated a shift relief factor. Patrol officers do not work just 5 days a week, Monday through Friday. They are working 7 days a week, and so are supervisors. So you have to calculate a shift relief factor to figure out how many supervisors you actually have to even get the nominal ratio of like 1 to 7. Currently, our calculations based on 2019 staffing is that MPD has a ratio of 10.4 officers to every 1 first-line supervisor. Oops. Therefore, using the workload model, we were able to calculate using, for example, the officer roll call log data, that if you were to have 1 to 5 supervisors to officers, you would need 319 additional first-line supervisors over what currently exists. At 1 to 7, you would need almost 200 additional first-line supervisors. That's important because every time you promote someone to become a first-line supervisor, you also have to replace that person in uniform patrol. Thus, if we looked at a summary of the staffing recommendations, where we actually calculated the additional officers needed in uniform patrol, additional investigators needed in investigator services and in special operations and inspectional services, and then the additional first-line supervisors needed in uniform patrol, at a ratio of 1 to 7, 1 supervisor to 7 officers, MPD's recommended staffing should be slightly over 2,800 officers. If you use the officer log data instead of the CAD data, the staffing would be at around 2,827 officers. And that will take questions. I think there's a way for me to turn this off.
Okay, council members, it looks like the first question I have is from Councilman Jeff Warren.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I appreciate that presentation. I hope that we can get a copy of it. I had some technical issues and missed the middle part of it. I guess the point that I wanted to make was, if we're really going to have community policing and we're really not going to have over and under policed areas, we're going to need more police, not less police. And the question is, how do we get there as a council and what can we make that happen? Is that correct from your interpretation? Not only do we need more supervisors, but we're going to have to replace our people who are promoted. Is that correct?
Yes, sir. To be able to truly do community policing, you need to increase the number of patrol officers so that they are not simply responding to calls for service, but actually have uncommitted time available to do community policing, and you will have to increase the number of first-line supervisors.
All right. You know, that I thought really interesting was the degree of sort of the spread of poverty in Memphis since 2000 to 2020. At one point, my father-in-law and was a businessman trying to start a program called Free to Children, which was trying to address poverty there. You know, and as we look at the book Black Lives Matter and Bleeding Out, the Bleeding Out book that I gave everyone, one of the main things that tends to cause this poverty is our murder rates. in those areas because it sort of builds the poverty into that system. So I think as we move forward as a council, we need to do what we can to make sure that we give the police the tools they need to lower the murder rates in those communities. Do you have any data about how murder affects poverty and the policing ratios as far as the murder rate is concerned in any of these cities?
We can do that. The full report actually has, that we're working on to complete, has all of the crime numbers, both for Memphis and a full discussion of crime with the various crime rates from murder to property crime for all of the comparison cities too.
And is there a way you possibly, go ahead.
No, go ahead and ask your question because I might be able to answer two at a time.
I was saying, if you could get us that data so we could actually see comparative murder rates and poverty rates side by side, I think it would be powerful for us as a council to look at that.
If you can give us a couple of days, we can get that for you, sir.
Okay, does that end your questions, Dr. Warren?
I think she had something she wanted to comment on. What was that, ma'am?
Well, I was actually just going to note that what we're going to want to see in some of those comparison cities is less of a relationship between homicide and poverty, and then to look at what it is they are doing that Memphis may be able to emulate. And I'll just give you a little bit of a heads up that Newark is going to have some discussion. They have brought their violent crime rates down pretty amazingly.
But I think it's also worth looking that Newark has, what is it, 47 officers per square mile compared to 6.3 for Memphis.
Okay.
It's sort of telling, isn't it? Thank you. Thank you. Yield back.
Thank you. Councilman Jones.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Dr. Janikowski, Dr. Betts, good afternoon to you both. Dr. Betts, hadn't seen you since Leadership Memphis.
Yeah, I was thinking about that when I looked at everybody's pictures.
Well, good to see you both. I have a couple of questions. When we talk about the square miles that Memphis makes up, I noticed that in the comparable cities, most of them, the one that comes the closest would be Detroit at 138. Did we look at a city like Jacksonville, which I know is an expansive area when we talk about landmass? And with some of these cities too, I would like to know, the first city that you presented was Seattle and their citizen call for services. So did we look at, I guess those are sort of two different criteria that we look at. I'd like to see our numbers, how we compare to peer cities when it comes to citizens calls for service. And then we look at the landmass. So I guess there are a number of different measures. So I'd like to hear, just the other cities and how we narrowed on the comparison to the ones that were presented.
Yes, that's a difficult question. It just turned out Seattle had its calls for service, citizen calls for service on its website. So I was able to actually track that down. Most departments do not post their calls for service. And even when they post calls for service, it's often calls for service overall, which includes police initiated activity. We looked at the citizen calls for service because that's what the generally accepted model suggests focusing in on, because that is the obligated number of calls for service.
We do have the detailed information on the crime rates, and if it's a reported crime, property or violent, it is almost always going to be associated with a call for service. So you've got a very strong correlation between those crime rates and the calls for service. Seattle, for example, has a much lower crime rate that is reflected in the fewer calls for service. So if we don't have the calls for service, the proxy will be the number of crimes and the crime rate for whatever you're interested in, be it homicide, aggravated assault, or what have you.
Okay. What I would be interested in seeing is, and I'm also looking at these officers per square mile when we look at some of the larger cities, that if we're just talking about a square mileage standpoint, because I know that Jacksonville takes up quite a bit of area, probably twice that of Memphis, but I just did a quick search in some other areas, and I don't know how definitive this is. It's just one site, but ahead of Memphis, it listed Jacksonville, Oklahoma City, Houston, Phoenix, LA, San Antonio, Chesapeake, Dallas, Fort Worth, San Diego. So when we talk about the ratio, the study still is talking about staffing and the number per mile, and then I guess we would also look at the number per citizen, and taking into consideration our city may be more or less dense than some of these other cities too. So I'll hop to this question. Has Memphis ever been at the supervisor to staff ratio that was mentioned?
1 to 7?
Yes.
I don't think so. I don't know for sure. That data, I'm not even sure is available, sir.
Okay.
You know, we do know that when we ran the data on, you know, staffing, for example, for 2017, it was still at 1 to 10.4. So that supervisory ratio continues. One reason we use the comparative cities approach on multiple demographic variables is one of the approaches to staffing in the past has been to simply calculate either crime rates and say staffing should be based on crime rates, or staffing should be based on things like officers per population or officers per square mile. Those are not the best staffing analysis packages. That's why we have shifted, and so nationally, there's been a shift to using the obligated calls for service model to determine what staffing should look like in a city.
And the obligated calls for service is highly related to the concentrated poverty issue. And I might just note that we looked at cities way beyond this set of 10 comparison cities, and the ones you listed are interesting in that some of them have higher crime rates than you would expect based on their demographics. And the indicator, the hypothesis here, is that they're struggling a bit with the officers per square mile, even though they don't have the concentrated poverty and the diffused poverty that we find in Memphis. The other factor is, like for Jacksonville, which is a consolidated city-county department, even if you looked at Shelby County, there are a lot of places that aren't really populated. So when you've got that big expanse in Jacksonville, the officers per square mile, it's going to vary a lot in terms of the extent to which they really have to focus their patrol in those rural parts of the county. But the questions you're asking are right on target, and we will have some discussions of other cities that stand out for sort of interesting reasons that could be instructive for Memphis staffing.
And I know I have to move on, but my last question, maybe next to last question, are you concluding that there's a cause and effect between our crime statistics and the number of sworn officers? And if so, why?
You know, the research has been split on the relationship between increased police staffing and violent crime. Though in looking at the literature, the evolving consensus is that there is a relationship between the number of officers and the number of, or the amount of violent crime. I think in particular, what needs to be looked at in Memphis in terms of violent crime is aggravated assault. Aggravated assault does not respond to traditional proactive policing strategies the same way robbery and most property crimes do. And aggravated assault is the major factor pushing Memphis's violent crime numbers. When you don't have officers in neighborhoods with time to work with community groups, to do problem solving, to interact with citizens, that's when you have this kind of growing aggravated assault problem. Basically, officers right now just don't have any time to do community policing, and even doing certain types of proactive policing is stretching the department, forcing you to pay large amounts of overtime. Constant overtime in itself, I would suggest, is a problem, because as officers get tired, as officers work too much overtime, that's when officers make mistakes. That's when officers get hurt. That's when citizens can get hurt.
Thanks. And this would definitely be my last question, but I go back, and it probably was our leadership Memphis when you came before us and presented too. But when we look at the nature of crime in Memphis and the fact that the perpetrator often knows the assailant, and when we talk about these aggravated assault numbers, that's where I still have that challenge to supporting the theory that we increase officers, then based upon the nature of the crimes that we have been aggravated assaults, and the victim and the perpetrator often know one another, that there's going to be a reduction in those particular types of crimes.
I would just summarize by saying that the relationship between numbers and the violent crime rate, aggravated assault, et cetera, sort of depends on what those numbers are doing. And that's why some of the original research here was mixed. And then when you looked deeper to see, well, are they just riding around in their cars, or are they doing something else? That's what makes the difference. And for something like aggravated assault, where people know each other, then solving the crime, so to speak, as you know, is going to depend a lot upon if the community is involved in solving the crime, or if they don't want to have anything to do with the police. And if there's a pattern of certain perpetrators changing places with victims, as is often the case, you're going to know more about how to get a handle on that if you're working in and with the community.
And clearance rates for aggravated assaults have declined dramatically since 2007, 8, 9, and 10, particularly for aggravated assault, non-domestic violence.
So the familiarity isn't there.
Well,
The neighborhood knowledge is not there to solve the incident.
Does that end your questions, Councilman Jones?
It does. Thank you.
Thank you. We have one last council person in the queue, and that's Councilwoman Rhonda Logan.
Thank you, Chairwoman. And thank you all for your presentation. It was very informative and interesting. I wanted to make certain that I understood your initial comments. Would you go back over what you said about or correct me if I'm not correct. You said that the crime rate is based on chronic poverty and divestment. Is that accurate?
That the relationship nationally, in virtually every study that has been done, the higher the chronic poverty and the higher the indicators of neighborhood disinvestment, which includes things like so-called problem properties, abandoned housing, and high rates of unemployment, there's going to be higher crime. That is
Right.
what you'd want to look for is a neighborhood that had concentrated poverty, but that didn't have high crime. And what you find, and most of this work is out of Chicago, what you find is that there's, very on the ground community development, person-to-person activity, and working with community safety initiatives, including police. But in the absence of that, it's a real strong, the higher the poverty rate, up to about 40%, the higher the crime. And after that, it doesn't get much higher because it's already pretty darn high.
Okay. Now, if poverty and divestment are the main indicators of crime, do you all have any information on the cities? I noticed that you used the number of police that we have as opposed to the average salaries, the unemployment rate, and things like that in the comparable cities. Because you mentioned that it was not the number of police that was an indicator of crime, but it was the divestment and chronic poverty. So I wanted to know if you all have any information in your assessment and your studies on the cities that are comparable to us that have less crime. Do you know what their average salaries are, or their income levels are, or the unemployment rates and those types of things in those cities, along with the number of police or the fewer police?
Yes. All of the things that you're asking about, we have the data for Memphis, and then we have it for the comparison cities. And if there's another city that stands out, like Kansas City and Nashville for that matter, they have more crime than you would expect based on their, relatively good employment rates and so on. So, that's interesting. But among those cities that you see on the chart, Cleveland and Cincinnati and Newark, will want to know, even though they made the cut so that they have a comparable amount of distress to Memphis, it may be a little bit different nature. So those details that you're asking about will be included in a table.
Yeah, I think I want to stress the comparison cities were chosen by Dr. Betts after working a whole slew of sociodemographic variables to find those cities which were comparable to Memphis. It wasn't that we selected those cities because they had high crime rates or because they had, certain ratios of officers to population. Those cities were selected because of how close to Memphis they were on the socio-demographic variable.
In terms of the concentrated poverty and neighborhood distress in particular.
Okay.
Okay, well, I would love to see the information you have on the correlation between the salaries and unemployment rate and those indicators of poverty that you mentioned, of crime being divestment and poverty. So we could take a look at if those are the highest indicators. I would like to see that correlation.
Yeah,
Information that you have
more on the indicators in the final product.
Okay. We want to thank you for your presentation, and thank you, Councilwoman Logan. We need to move on. Will you please get their information from Chief Alex Smith so that they can present in your committee, and then you can have a conversation with them ahead of time about, the information that you need. And I think that'll be valuable information for your committee.
Absolutely. Thank you, Chairwoman. You're back.
Thank you. And I want to thank the presenters on today. And Alex, did you have anything you wanted to close out with? Okay, we appreciate your presentation on today. We'll be getting back with you for additional information. We have about 5 minutes, and I have 3 other items I need to cover. Thank you. We appreciate your contribution.
Good afternoon.
Good
to see you.
Bye-bye. Our 4th item on the agenda today is the Juneteenth resolution by Councilwoman Easter Thomas. Councilwoman Easter Thomas, you have the floor.
Thank you, Chairwoman. Council, you have seen this resolution before. However, there was a technical error with the dates for the financial year. So if you looked at the bottom, I'll just read it. Be it further resolved that this resolution be substituted for and shall let me do the other one. Be it further resolved, the Memphis City Council also requests Mayor Strickland to proclaim Juneteenth Independence Day as a paid holiday within the city of Memphis to begin with June 19th, 2021, i.e. during fiscal year 2021, observed on the Friday before if June 19th falls on a non-business day. Be it further resolved that this resolution shall be substituted for and shall supersede and replace the resolution on the same subject adopted by the council on June 16th, 2020.
Thank you, Councilwoman Easter Thomas. You're putting this motion on the floor. Will you please share with us the financials?
I am unsure if Chief Smith is on the call, as we discussed yesterday about holidays and productivity and how that works out for city employees. So I will let her speak, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Chief Smith.
Hello, everyone. So our HR team did some analysis on what an extra paid holiday would cost, and we estimated it to be around $1 million, $700,000 in additional expense for particularly the police and fire division related to our holiday check, and then around $300,000 extra in overtime expense anticipated through other divisions who have required minimum staffing levels and the holiday pay and overtime to those divisions. So about $1 million.
Thank you. Is Chief Ford on the line? Nope. Okay. Councilwoman Easter Thomas has moved this. I need a second, please.
Jones, second.
Thank you. There any questions? There's no one in the queue. One is, would you please call? I see two people, Cheyenne Johnson and Councilman Canale.
I guess I was hoping for Mrs. Ford to come on board to ask us how we're going to find this $1 million. There she is. Miracle. Okay. So I'm just, I know we are tight for funding this year, and I just would like to know how would you work out that $1 million. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Chief McGowan, before Chief Ford goes, I'd just like to offer that I think that's a subject for debate. The City of Memphis used to have 14 paid holidays, and council action reduced that to 13 paid holidays. And so there's a choice to be made here. There's absolutely no objection to Juneteenth being a paid holiday, but we have a choice to make, whether or if we substitute a different holiday for that, or whether we choose, whether council decides where they're going to find the $1 million to pay for another $1 million of overtime costs. So there's a choice to be made and a discussion to be had, but we certainly did not program another $1 million into the city's budget. As I told you earlier today, or I guess it was whenever we were discussing the state, I guess that seems like 2 days ago, but it was this morning in Councilman Jones' committee. Remember, we had $14 million programmed into the city's budget for this year from the state, and the state reduced that to $10 million. So we're already $4 million behind our projected revenues. So we're already going to be tight, and any increase in sales tax is just going to make up that shortfall in deficit. So I think it's a discussion that we should have about whether we just replace a different holiday with this holiday, or whether you really want to have 14 paid holidays. Just for reference, there's only one other city in America that has 13 paid holidays. Everybody else, we're well above the average on paid holidays in the city of Memphis.
Thank you, Chief McGowan. Shirley Ford, Chief Financial Officer. I thank you,
Councilwoman Johnson, for the call of your question. As Chief McGowan just expressed again, and as we talked about earlier this morning, we are already looking at approximately $38 million coming out of our assigned and unassigned fund balance for FY21. We have already see a $4 million decrease in the proposed and approved budget for FY21. You know, in some aspects, $1 million may not sound like a lot of money, but I assure you, as the only place right now that you would have to pull this money is out of unassigned fund balance.
Okay, thank you so much for that information. Thank you, Chair.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you.
Councilman Canale.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair. I was trying to point to Councilwoman Johnson that she wouldn't even recognize I didn't have anything to say. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Are there any other questions by the council members?
Yes, Madam Chair, if we could just get the holiday schedule as current, by the current paid city holiday schedule from the administration, that'd be helpful.
If I can share my screen, I can share it with you right now.
A moment, Chief Smith.
So today you see the current paid time off schedule for City of Memphis. So city employees receive sick leave, bonus leave, vacation, and 13 paid holidays. Those 13 paid holidays are New Year's Day, MLK Day, President's Day, Good Friday, MLK, Memorial Day, Independence Day, Labor Day, Veterans Day, Thanksgiving, day after Thanksgiving, Christmas Eve, and Christmas Day. This will be adding another one, which will make us 14 days. So far from what we have seen, this will be the largest number of days in the country for a municipality. So far from what our region has shown, Shelby County currently has 11 paid holidays. So this will be 3 more than what Shelby County currently offers today.
All right, thank you. Is there, would you mind sending that? We need a chance of emailing that out. I'd appreciate it. We got other things to talk about, but I you know, one suggestion, Chief Smith, we can talk about offline as a flex day where you basically can, and it's up to the administration, but basically you can, one of those days could be a floater where you can elect to take it either this day or that day. We've done that a couple of years in our firm where we have X number of days, and you know, if you didn't want to observe X holiday, you could choose to observe Y holiday. So something to think about, but for another time. Madam Chair, I give it back.
Thank you. I don't see anyone else in the queue. Please call the roll.
Councilman Canale?
Yes.
Councilman Carlisle?
Yes.
Councilman Colvett?
Yes.
Councilwoman Easter Thomas?
Yes.
Councilman Ford?
Yes.
Councilman Johnson?
Yes.
Councilman Jones?
Aye.
Councilman Logan?
Aye.
Councilman Morgan?
Yes.
Councilman Smiley?
Yes.
Councilman Swearingen?
Aye.
Councilman Warren?
Aye.
Chair Robinson?
Aye.
And that is an add-on for same night minutes.
Okay. Thank you. Our next item on the agenda is resolutions honoring Representative John Lewis and Reverend C.T. Vivian, Councilwoman Easter Thomas.
Chair, if it's okay with you, I can read them in full in the council meeting instead of now, so we can carry on.
Okay. No objections? Council members, we're moving those forward to our 3:30 meeting. The last resolution is a resolution, remember the life and the contributions of, we've done both of those. They're moving forward. Are there any other items?
Chairwoman, can we do the add-ons? They have been emailed to all of the members.
Yeah, and Chairwoman, I've got a hold for my lobby ordinance to be held 2 weeks. 3 weeks, or next meeting, whenever the next meeting is.
Staff, did you get that?
Yes.
Thank you, Madam
Okay.
Chair.
So who sent it out so I can find it right quick?
I believe I sent it to your printer.
It hadn't come up yet. So I see Brooke add-ons. Hold on just a minute. I have item number 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, and 33. Is that correct? Staff?
Yes.
34 and
Okay.
35 are the memoriam resolutions, Chairwoman.
I see 32 as a CT Vivian and 33 as Representative John Lewis. Am I missing
Maybe I got
something?
it wrong in my email.
Okay, Brooke has placed them on your screen, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33.
I'm adding extra. I'm sorry, Chairwoman.
Okay, thank you. Without any objections, those are our items for our add-ons this evening. And what item did we take off the agenda so that I can put that on my schedule over here?
We are holding item number 5.
Item number 5. Thank you. This meeting is now adjourned. I'll see you at 3:30. That's 3 minutes from now.